Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and
Morning, gents.
There we go.
Good morning.
I can see you all now. $30-legger double D. It's pretty good.
It was all big-time favorites. I can't take all the credit, but it did it, so I'm happy.
Hey, if it hit, it hit.
It's all about building the momentum, you know?
It is 2 days in a row that I've had parlays hit, so yeah.
Take it.
Would be nice if it was 3 days in a row, because that means your DGen parlay would have hit.
DGen or the show, with either
Yeah.
one. Morning, Chelsea.
Good morning, Chelsea.
So Kevin, who's going to join us, we've had him before during the NBA playoffs. He just has to be out by 52.
52?
Because he has a show.
Oh, yeah,
at 7.
Also, Denton, did you want that Jerry Jones sound right at the top?
Yeah, if we can get that in the first segment where he walks back this fantasy trade that he alleged that they made.
Yeah, I got it ready. So, Jenks, if you want to throw to it, feel free.
Okay.
There's not sound for the Monday night game, is there? Or there's one. Okay. Just so I know when to not talk.
All right, 30 seconds. Let's rock and roll.
Grab your coffee. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to
For the job he's done, because it feels like he has pulled this team together and really not just surprised all of us, but has them playing pretty solid complementary football this year.
Yeah, Ton. I mean, I think you have to start with the offense. I mean, as you guys mentioned, the numbers are rather historic in what they've done. Just tremendous balance all season long. Yes, they've invested a lot into that side of the ball, but still, to be putting up the consistent numbers of at least 20 points in all 9 games, really stuff we never saw Andrew Luck and Peyton Manning do, let alone other teams around the NFL. That's pretty eye-popping to say the least. And then they did make a move defensively. It hasn't been perfect by any means this season on that side of the ball, but he did part ways with Gus Bradley, one of his, I think, closer friends in the coaching business, and they made a pretty big systematic change defensively with Lou Anarumo coming over. And again, it hasn't been smooth sailing, but I think there has been improvement enough on that side of the ball to where there has been more complimentary moments, and it is the reason why the Colts are 7-2.
Have you had any interactions with Carly Ursay Gordon? She is so fascinating to me. And I know she made waves when she started, going on the sidelines and wearing the headsets. But this Colts team is, trucking. It's moving along. It's having a great season. How much of that do you think is on her shoulders, or do you think it's a non-story? I think she's fascinating, so I just wanted to hear your take on her.
Yeah, I would certainly agree on the fascinating part. I mean, for those that haven't been maybe totally plugged into the Colts, she has been on the sidelines now for the last several seasons. I would say a little bit over a decade ago, she was really full throttle and, realizing at some point the torch was going to be passed, primarily, I think, from Jim Irsay, her father, to her as the oldest daughter. There are 3 of them, but I think she's, the most heavily involved from a day-to-day operational standpoint. And I think it first kind of became on the business side of the operation, and then, slowly, I think more of that football background and just really trying to be as big of a sponge as she can has been there. And she shows up in, meetings. She's at every practice seemingly that we're at. I mean, I don't recall many times seeing owners across really a ton of professional sports be as present as she is. Players have talked about, even going back to the COVID year, like they would, pop on a, positional Zoom meeting, and all of a sudden they look at the attendees and there's your owner as one of them in there. So I thought her explanation too, to, talking about wearing the headset on the sidelines was, pretty accurate. When you think about it, when are these coaches the rawest? It's probably game day. It's probably within that 60-minute, battle, if you will. So, getting the chance to hear the raw emotions on the headset, it might help you better identify, wow, insert coach here has really made some strong recommendations now several weeks in a row, and it's worked, or vice versa. And, Carly pointed out, when I'm handing millions of dollars out to these coaches, I probably want as much background information as possible. So, again, she's been very, very homework-based and trying to learn more and more, and unfortunately her father passed this year, and it probably sped up that process a little bit more. But, yeah, she has been front and center now for several years, and I think now the whole NFL world is kind of getting to see it a little bit more.
Kevin, before we let you go, what is your take on the Indiana Hoosiers? How good is this football team? Because I think we've all come around to saying, all right, this is a nice story too. This team can win a national title.
Yeah, if you would have told me 24 months ago I'd be going on a radio station at 6:47 in the morning and they'd be asking me about IU football and using the phrase national championship, I would have said that's one of the funnier statements that I've ever heard. I went to IU, full transparency. In my 4 years there, they won 3 Big Ten games. This year, they've won 3 Big Ten games by at least 45 points. So it's amazing. I tweeted out after the Oregon game, I don't think it's hyperbole at all. I think the Kurt Cignetti coaching job is one of the greatest jobs in sports, period. College, pro, I don't care the sport. I mean, IU football was the joke, the butt of all jokes. And he has come in there, and maybe he came in there at the right time, from a portal standpoint and a little bit of NIL backing because they have a huge alumni base. But, he's doing a lot of this with his James Madison players, which is also, pretty darn impressive as well. So it is absolutely amazing. And, again, it's a story that I think deserves all the national attention. I think Kurt Cignetti has a bit of that bravado and personality to create some of that as well.
He is host of the Fan Morning Show on 107.5 in Indianapolis. It's our friend Kevin Bowen. Kevin, thank you so much.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Man, how good must he be feeling right now? He's got his morning show in Indianapolis, and he's an Indiana alum, and the Colts are playing well. Woo! That's nirvana right there.
Yeah, and then they had the Pacers, what was it, last year?
Mm-hmm.
And then they had the Indiana Fever, which I know Caitlin Clark got hurt, but still, the buzz in the sports world for Indiana is huge right now. And it's wild to me that IU basketball is really not a part of that. I haven't checked the preseason rankings, and maybe this year is different. It's just usually that is the staple in college basketball, and it's a basketball school, when you look at Indiana. But the times, they are a-changing.
I got to get my head right. Now we got college basketball underway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know it, but it just hit me in the face because I was so into the World Series, And, of course, the NBA's underway.
Pour one out.
I know. Pour one out. And the Jays and Dodgers. And I'm like, wait a second. And then I got an alert on my phone this morning about the Auburn basketball game last night. I'm like, wait, what is – oh, yeah. Duke in Texas tonight. Thank you for reminding me, Double D. I'm just lost, trying to find my way. This sports equinox that we had a week ago. I mean, it's awesome, but man, it kind of makes my head spin because when you get I think we were so into World Series. Now that I'm stepping out of that fog, I'm like, oh yeah, there's other things going on.
A little part of me dies every time I realize we don't have baseball to bet on.
I know.
That makes me very sad. But we talked about this yesterday and the fact that I don't really want to bet on college basketball until we kind of see a little bit of a sample size. Because think about the turnover that we have in college football with the portal. Now think about college basketball, who was the OG of the portal. where people are transferring teams all the time. There's only 5 guys on the court, and half the time these coaches don't even know the rotations until January. So it's one of those sports where I am going to wait on the sidelines and watch a few games before I start venturing into putting my money on it.
I'm very excited about the time when I'll say, Chelsea, who do you like tonight? And you say, well, I'm looking at Belmont. Those are my favorite days.
You know it. It's coming.
It's coming. It's just a matter of time. And I was looking at NBA plays yesterday. I'm like, oh, my God, where am I? What's going on? Early season NBA, I feel like, is really tough. Like, early season NBA is tough. And, I mean, so is college, but especially NBA. I don't know why. I feel like NBA is the toughest of all. At least for me personally, of all the sports to bet on, I feel like NBA is the one where I'm like, oh, man, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, because it's the first month of the season, and this injury list for the entire NBA, it's like a who's who. It's like, oh, Luka Doncic, questionable. Oh, Trae Young, he's out for 11 weeks. So every time I think I have like a good lead on a play, it's like, oh, LaMelo Ball, questionable. So that's why people, I think, kind of dislike the NBA during the regular season, because we never know who's going to be playing.
That is true. It is guesswork each and every single night, which is why, what am I going to do tonight? I don't know. I don't even have a pick yet. This might be one of those wild basketball, soccer parlays. That might be where I go. Coming up next in the show, we'll begin our second hour. We'll bring in Double D and D-Day for a little Take Tuesday and kind of get things going here. Thanks for waking up with us. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. We keep it going. Next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for hour 2 of the Daily Tip on a Tuesday, November the 4th. Coming up in the next hour here on the show, we'll start with Take Tuesday, as some of our producers will fire away some hot takes and we'll rank them and say this is a hot take or this is a stupid take. At 7:20, we will attempt to handicap the NBA, which should be fun because the main thing is simply looking at the injury reports. At 7:40, we go back to the NFL and we play Teaser Tuesday as I give you my best teaser leg options for this week in the NFL. All right, Jenks, I saw this and I thought it was fascinating because I do not feel like I am very clued in to British culture, and some things don't make a ton of sense to me. But David Beckham, the famous soccer player, is going to be receiving his knighthood today. I said, what? Oh. A knight? I know that I've heard of actors and actresses who have, gotten this honor. I just don't really know what it means, but it does sound very, very cool. I think there is a sword involved.
Wow. Man, does it get any better than that? You're a knight, you probably get a sword, and you're already David Beckham. What's next? The Illuminati? I mean, that's probably the only thing that's next. Good for him. I'd love to be honored like that. For me, it's like, hey, congratulations on 4 years at Odyssey. Here's some points. I want to be a knight. Come on. I want to buy something. I want to buy something with my Odyssey points, or I want to be a knight. Well, good for him. I had not heard that. I am, like you, not up to date on British culture.
I have no idea what this means, but I know like a bunch of famous people have gotten it. So I don't know if it's just them be like, hey, we claim you as a famous person and you've done a great job of being famous. But funny story about those Odyssey points. I saw where I just checked this for the first time, I think ever. Chris Mack awarded me like 6 Odyssey points like 6 months ago. And he wrote like a nice message. And I was like, sorry, Chris Mack, just now seeing this. What are Odyssey points? Like, do we get anything for them? Or is it just like to be nice? Do we get like a free ice cream sundae or a pizza party?
You can get blankets.
Oh.
You can get backpacks.
Oh, shoot.
You can get mugs. Odyssey points, very valuable on the open market. So that's actually very kind of Chris Mack.
Yeah. He did that last year.
What's the value? Like, what's
what's not
6
the value?
points get me anything?
No, you need a lot more than 6. Jeez Louise.
You got to have
need hundreds.
Yeah.
And we're talking blankets here, Chelsea. We're talking mugs. These are high quality things. You got to have a lot of points.
Maybe a knapsack?
They don't have one of those. They don't have one of those troughs at the bottom. Like, when you go to the arcade and they're like, here's something for 5 tickets. And it's those like Chinese finger traps, a bouncy ball, maybe a small stuffy. Like, that's the level I'm at.
Oh, that's pretty solid. What could I get? Time to use them. I've been gathering them for years now. I didn't realize, is there like an Odyssey store?
That I think so. Yes.
Okay. All right.
I gotta look at that. Answer that question.
I gotta look at that
or something like
that.
All right.
I gotta get me a blankie or something just in time for the winter. That's a good idea. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I saw that yesterday too. I was like, oh, I'd seen Chris's, but then randomly I got some. I don't know how. It's just like, hey, take these points, get yourself a lunchbox or something. So I'm gonna look into that.
I think I only have 6, so I will be choosing from the lower tier, or maybe I'll make a run, this Christmas and rack up a bunch of points. Who knows? But it doesn't sound like me. Not the best employee. So, Jinx, let's get to some of these takes on a Tuesday.
It's time for Take Tuesday. Are these takes hot?
So hot. So hot.
Or not?
You can't handle the truth.
All right, who's going first? Is it the hot take master himself, David, or is it Den?
I shall go first.
All right.
I shall go first. I'm just going to jump right in there, Denton. I apologize. All right, first take coming from college football. Indiana is a better team than Ohio State and isn't getting any respect because they are Indiana University.
All right, so there's definitely some truth to this because I feel like it's very unfair the way that college football bases their rankings. Because think about it, at the start of the season, we had Texas, no offense, Jenks. We had Penn State, no offense, David, at the top, and it feels like they are innocent until proven guilty. So it's the same thing for Ohio State. They have to do something to lose their credit as opposed to Indiana, who had to gain it and earn it. But all that being said, I'm not sure if Ohio State is a worse team than Indiana. But in the betting world, it doesn't seem to matter because if you think Indiana is even close to Ohio State, you just take them at 5-1 as opposed to Ohio State, who is only 2-1 to win the national championship. So in betting, the name of the game is value, and value is still there for Indiana.
Yeah, I agree with you, Double D. I took a quick look at your takes, and I think Indiana can absolutely win the national title. And it took me a while to come around, especially when you talk about value for sure. But, when you're Indiana and you have a history of losing, it takes a long time for people to accept the fact that, oh, you guys are really good. And they just are. They have the talent. They have the coaching. They're playing with all the confidence in the world. And you talk about a team that has nothing to lose. It's not like going into the season, Indiana had national championship expectations. We thought, okay, they're going to be good again, right? We were talking about Ohio State. We were talking about Penn State. We were talking about Texas. We were talking about Oregon, maybe Bama. We weren't saying, what about Indiana? Even though Kurt Cignetti was. And so the fact that we're here again just speaks to the fact that this is probably the best team in college football because they don't have the talent of an Ohio State or an Alabama or A&M, whoever it is. So when you're playing at this level and you don't necessarily have the high-quality athletes or the five-star athletes that these other schools have, you are a true team. So I'm with you on IU.
All right, Denton. Looks like it's more college football. What's the next take on the menu?
Hell yeah, it's college football. Today's basically like Christmas for me. We got the first edition of the college football playoff rankings later this evening, and Miami should be ranked ahead of Notre Dame.
I mean, it feels logical, right? All right, Jenks, you go ahead, because it sounds like we're going to disagree on this.
I don't know what it is about Miami. Maybe this is just a gut play, but I haven't seen anything from Miami. Okay, fine. They beat Notre Dame head-to-head at the beginning of the season at home with C.J. Carr's first start at quarterback. But what have we seen from Miami since then? Nothing, really. Lost to Louisville, lost to SMU this past week. So, yes, by virtue of beating Notre Dame head-to-head, they'll get the call there. But ultimately, I think Notre Dame is a better team. And this isn't going to go into the calculus here, but when you talk about trusting a head coach, I don't really trust Mario Cristobal. I trust Marcus Freeman a hell of a lot more. I think if you're talking about how a season progresses, which team has looked better recently, it is definitely Notre Dame. So I think it's the Irish.
But if we're basing it on the games that have happened, it feels kind of simplistic, but both these teams are 6-2, and one of these teams beat the other team, and they're further down in the standings. So it just doesn't make a ton of logical sense if you're saying, these are the standings based on the season and the games that have actually taken place. So you get into kind of a slippery slope, I feel like, when you start, basing rankings, on hypotheticals and the eye test and things like that. So I'm not disagreeing with the point that you're making. I'm just saying, what are the rankings based on then? So it feels a little unfair to Miami to me, but this recent stretch has not been doing them any favors.
All right, let's head to the NFL. There will be 3 teams from the NFC North to make the playoffs this season.
Ooh, 3 teams? I'm going to say it's 2. Now, I know what you're saying, Double D, because this division is so very competitive. But I feel like at midseason, things definitely have to fall the right way for 3 teams from the same division to make the playoffs. And so ultimately, if these teams keep beating up on each other, and then, a couple of them are sitting with mediocre records, then one of those teams is not going to make the playoffs. One of those teams is going to get left out. So they're almost a victim of their own success. It's possible, but there needs to be a little separation there, and I don't know if we're going to see it. I know what you're saying. This division's wild. I don't know what to do with this division, so you may be right. But all of this, the NFC North makes my head spin is what I'm trying to tell you.
I think 3 teams is still a little rich, though. Just because how much do you trust the Vikings and how much do you trust the Bears? So the Bears actually have a better record than the Vikings right now. I just think that there are too many other good teams in the NFC where you're talking about, fighting for wild card spots. So I just don't really buy into it. Maybe if there's enough value if we're talking about betting, but it's still not one of those things that I will be betting on personally. So I'm going to disagree.
My next take comes by way of the NFL as well. I think the NFL needs to shy away from scheduling Mahomes and Allen in the regular season.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Boo!
Yeah.
Boo this man.
I mean, what was the first thing that you thought of when Buffalo beat Kansas City? It doesn't matter.
Same thing every year.
Yeah, same thing every year. Doesn't matter. Not the playoffs. You see a graphic posted.
But we
Josh
still
Allen's
wanna
5-1.
watch it.
Not the playoffs. Yeah, but wouldn't you want to watch it a lot more if there's a whole 18-week lead up to it, and then, all right, finally, maybe this is the year, and then you get in the playoffs. I'd much rather have just one of them if that one is in the playoffs.
No. Disagree wholeheartedly. This is a game that I enjoyed watching, and isn't that the point of the NFL regular season, is these great games that we get, long before the playoffs. And plus for these teams, it's kind of like a dress rehearsal. And I understand the point you're making, saying, okay, the Bills win all these regular season matchups. It doesn't matter in the postseason. But, I'm a fan. And I want to watch these games because it's 2 of the best at their craft going head to head. Who wouldn't want to watch that? Couldn't be me.
I disagree as well. I know what you're saying because it would have so much more hype in the playoffs. But 2 things. We aren't guaranteed that these 2 teams are going to meet in the playoffs. Potentially, yes. It looks that way if you look at the odds. We're probably going to see Bills and Chiefs again, right? So I don't necessarily feel comfortable with the idea of saying, all right, let's just assume we're going to see Mahomes and Allen meet during the postseason when all the chips are on the table. Because if they don't, then we don't get them at all. And I would rather see this matchup during the regular season. And also, it adds to the postseason matchup because what do we see every year? The Bills win in the regular season. The Chiefs win in the postseason. So that's become a thing because of these regular season matchups. Can Josh Allen flip it this year? I think that adds to the intrigue. Whereas if they were just meeting in the playoffs, we wouldn't nearly have this much interest because we keep saying to ourselves, well, the Bills keep winning during the regular season. Why can't you do it in the playoffs? Part of that buildup is the regular season meetings. So I'm going to disagree.
Yeah, do you think people were complaining when we saw all those matchups between Peyton Manning and Tom Brady? No, you want to watch good football. So, Denton, I think we're both disagreeing with you here. Do you care to have a rebuttal?
Yeah, but I think you're both wrong because I just want to see it when it matters. If you're constantly saying now that the regular, you called it a dress rehearsal, Chelsea, so it doesn't matter. And it's not like they're not. Are they playing bad football if they're not? Are they playing bad football if they're not playing each other? No. So, I would much rather see just one that matters. I feel like we're basically torpedoing this game not mattering because, well, we all know in the playoffs it's going to be different. And if we don't get in the playoffs, we don't get in the playoffs. It's fine. But if you think they're the best, they'll be in the championship game. So, I'm good. I'm standing.
I don't think that we can assume this from both of these teams. Can we just assume that the Chiefs are going to make it to the AFC Championship game? I mean, there's a good case for them to, but I don't think we can assume it. And right now, the Bills look like they might not even win their division.
The Chiefs
right,
are down there
but
every
like
year.
at some point they're not going to go. It's not going to be every year for the rest of time. Let me ask you, were you one of those people complaining then when we saw Peyton Manning beat Tom Brady and be like, well, Tom Brady's going to win anyway, who cares? No, you want to see good football.
You want to see good football, but they meant a lot more during the postseason. And if I didn't see in the regular season, I was fine with it because I knew that they were going to meet again.
I don't know. I just feel like when it comes down to it, if it is a Sunday and this is on your TV, you would be watching. This is like people are like, oh, the preseason doesn't matter, when secretly we all know you're watching these games anyway. Can't pry yourself away. All right, we'll talk about the NBA next. That should be an adventure. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday to the Daily Tip. The seasons, they are a changing, whether you like it or not. So now we have flipped the calendar. No more baseball, single tier. And now we're on to the NBA, which I understand can be a little bit of a drag getting into the association the first month of the year with all these injury reports, but you got to do it sometime. So, Jenks, we will attempt to handicap some of these NBA games in mere moments here on the show. But another season that has changed, the second that Halloween is over, I don't know how it is in D.C., but everybody is putting up their Christmas decorations.
Oh, man.
And I will say this. I did take down my Halloween decorations, and now the theme in our house is winter pumpkin, where it's white pumpkins. And I think I've sold you on this strategy before, where it's like the in-between time where maybe you have some like festive white decor up, but it's not all the way Christmas. So let me ask you, when does the Christmas season officially start for you guys?
Oh, my God. We're just getting out of Halloween. It's gonna be a few weeks. We need a respite. Well, I mean, it is. God, it's already November. Where's the time going? I would say probably in about 3 weeks. Like, we'll get to Thanksgiving and enjoy Thanksgiving, and then say, okay, you know what? We're at Thanksgiving. It's almost December. Let's start putting up the Christmas decorations and the tree and all that stuff. So it's coming, but I would say not immediately. Probably about 3 weeks.
I think it's a tough decision because if you put up a lot of Christmas decorations, it takes a long time to decorate.
Yeah.
And if you start the first day of December, that's 25 days. That's all you have with your Christmas tree. And I think my algorithm knows this because it keeps showing me like these Instagram reels of, you know, people who are like, science has proven that people who put up their Christmas trees earlier are happier. And it cites no studies. And people are like, I know that's right. Because people love doing that. But I do think if it's something that makes you happy, who cares? Because I remember doing this during the pandemic. Because I was like, listen, it is starting to get dark at 4 p.m. I don't know about you guys, but like we're on a different time zone as you know, the East Coast. And we are like 2 hours away from Knoxville, which is the Eastern time zone line. So we get it really dark really soon because we are so close to the line. Like we're the same time zone as like Kansas. It doesn't make sense to me. So I think if it makes you happy, because it is very depressing to look outside and be like, wow, it's pitch black. So if you want to put up some Christmas lights, I feel like that is fine.
I mean, I love Christmas. I love the spirit of Christmas. I love Christmas music. I don't want to hear Mariah Carey 85 times a day, but that's going to happen. Whatever. That's just part of it. But I agree. There is something about glancing over at a Christmas tree and seeing the ornaments and seeing the lights, and there's something very calming and peaceful about it. So I love Christmas. So I am looking forward to that for sure.
Yeah, and it is an ordeal because we have a ton of Christmas decorations, so it's going to take me a few weeks to get them all out. So maybe I need to get going on that. All right, Jenks, we got to get going on the NBA because it is in full swing. All right, so let's look at some of these lines and see if we can pick some winners. Let's start with this game, even though there's a huge question mark. So the Bucks and the Raptors are squaring off tonight. Raptors 4.5-point favorites, total of 237.5. And this line tells me that Giannis Antetokounmpo is probably not playing. He is questionable for this game, but I will say this, if there is any way that he plays in this game, he has been an absolute wagon for the Bucks, averaging well over 30 points a game, just hit the game-winning shot last night. But again, I feel like the odds makers know what they're doing here. There is a reason that the Bucks are not favored in this game. So let me ask you, because I feel like we need kind of a refresher course in betting on the NBA.
Okay.
If a star is out for a team, do you automatically bet the other side? Or are you like me and you remember NBA chaos and say, sometimes it's not the case? Like, we see this all the time. Like, star players will be out, they'll be big underdogs, and they'll still randomly win a game. So I feel like it's one of those things that you can't base your bet specifically on. But, I mean, if you were just saying, hey, if any team needs their superstar, it's certainly the Bucks, because he is a huge part of that offense and defense, I would understand. So, Jenks, let me ask you, are you betting on the Raptors tonight?
I might. I saw that earlier, and that was a hell of a shot by Giannis last night, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, talk about waiting until the last second. He waited until the last second. Like it was, is he going to get this off? He gets it off. Boom. They win it against the Pacers. But I kind of have a feeling he's not going to play tonight. Isn't the line telling you that? Like, would the Raptors really be laying 4.5 at home if Giannis wasn't playing? I don't think he's going to play. And also, this is the first time the Bucks have played back end of a back-to-back all season long. I feel like this is when you go with the Raptors. So I'm going to look at Toronto, yeah.
I think that's the logical play. But again, sometimes we see this in the NBA where the NBA does not make a ton of sense. On to the next one. And I understand this is probably not the most thrilling matchup, but if you have been following the NBA on NBC, this is the game that you'll be getting, and a great respite for those of us who do not have ESPN anymore. We've got the Magic and the Hawks squaring off in Atlanta. Orlando, 3.5-point favorites. And the big question mark, or the big hole in this one, is going to be Trae Young. He's now out for the foreseeable future. Last time around, we saw this matchup. Atlanta won it 111-107. But Trae Young had a big game in that one. I think he made like 4 points in the final, like 40 seconds, and finished with 25 points. So now he's not playing in this game. And it should be noted that conversely, Paolo Banchero, who's the star of the Magic, had an abysmal game in that loss to the Hawks earlier this season. 4 of 15 from the field, 0 of 5 from the three-point line. So it feels to me that there is going to be a big swing in this game where the Magic's biggest weakness is defending point guards. Yeah. And now the point guard for the Hawks is going to be out. So I feel like the Magic are the play here. Play the song, Jenks. We need to bring it back, because I will say the Magic have the best theme song of any team in the NBA.
I like that. I also like the under in this game. Because, look, 228.5 seems a little high, and when you're taking Trae Young out of that lineup, you're taking away points, and then, yes, you're taking away the one thing that could be the bugaboo for the Magic defense. And going back to last year, the Magic were really great at playing defense, so maybe not as good this year, which is why this total is inflated a little bit. But I actually like the under quite a bit.
Well, and it should be noted that Trae Young is not a defensive specialist. So
True.
when he's out of the game, there's probably somebody who is playing more defense than Trae Young, who plays about zero defense. So I can see the point that you're making for the under there. I'm not a big totals better in the NBA because I don't know if you've had this feeling where you're watching a game and the under is cruising along. And then there's a stretch of like a minute 30 where it's just like 3 ball, 3 ball, 3 ball, 3 ball. Where the NBA is just so streaky that sometimes a game can change on a dime.
Oh, there was a time when if you had a, 15, 16-point lead in the NBA, it was over. Like the game was over. And now that could just be in the third quarter. And it's like, this game is not over. That if you're watching the NBA, that's why it's so wildly stressful. Because you can have that lead and know it's still not over. Like, if you're just a casual fan, you're not gambling, like, oh, you got this. I'm like, no, I don't. You have not. The NBA is streakier than it's ever been. It doesn't matter how big the lead is. You're never out of it, and you're also never a shoo-in to win until the game is over. So it makes for a ton of wild swings and some fun, but also a lot of stress.
Yeah, absolutely. The NBA is a game of runs. All right, Jenks, I'm looking at the rest of the slate. Hornets, Pelicans, all right. Like, I'm not even going to feign interest in that one. I will say LaMelo Ball is out, which I was thinking, hey, that's a great prop spot for LaMelo Ball, their leading scorer, going against a Pelicans team that's 0-6, but he is questionable. So we will have to wait on that one. Jenks, are there any of these games that, like, halfway interest you, or do you think there's any betting nugget that the general public should know?
God, I mean, the Pelicans stink. We all know that.
They do.
They're 0-6 and also 0-6 against the number this year. So at what point does the number get so high that, I mean, they're favored here? Doesn't this seem like when you just based on how things go that you bet on the Pelicans here? But do I really want to lay 2.5? Because it screams bet the Hornets, right? Bet the Hornets. Pelicans are finally at home. LaMelo's probably out. Line is telling you that. It's just like in college football when you see the better team on the road getting points, you're like, oh, that's the play. And usually it's not the play. So the same thing applies here. But do I really want to bet on a Pelicans team that is 0-6 against the number? I mean, you talk about numbers being high. They were favored by 13.5 over, or they were getting 13.5 against the Thunder over the weekend. I know it's the Thunder. They lost by 31. So Pelicans not a team I really want to trust right now.
Well, and Zion Williamson is questionable for this game. So it's like, okay, the two best players for both teams are questionable, and these teams didn't even interest me from the jump. Like, this is why we roll our eyes when we bet on the NBA. So it's just one of those games that will be left there on the slate, and I will not be betting on it. How about this one? Thunder, a perfect 7-0 at the Clippers tonight. Clippers 3-2 on the season. Oklahoma City laying 7.5. So I feel like this is going to be a tough regular season for the Thunder just because the target is going to be on their backs every single game of the year. But so far, they're spotless. And this team feels like an absolute wagon. It's a team with a ton of depth. But at some point, I would say, like, maybe the numbers get too big. But the Clippers have been kind of disappointing this year. So I don't know which way to go on this one. But from a viewing perspective, maybe that'll be a good one.
Yeah, I think so. Also, the Clippers are old. This is like the oldest team in the NBA. They're really old. Like, these guys are going to be worn out by the time the season is over. So unless the number catches up, better get the Clippers now if you really like the Clippers. But the crazy thing about Oklahoma City is they just keep covering. And they're not even completely healthy. They're 7-0. They're 7-0 against the number. And also, like, Chet Holmgren is probably going to miss tonight's game. Jalen Williams just had surgery on his wrist again, like his second surgery. So these guys are just running through people, and they're not even at full strength. That's what's absolutely crazy to me about OKC.
Yeah, and Lou Dort is questionable with an illness. It's like a who's who. Like, I feel like the injury report in the NBA could be like the All-Star game. It's like all these great players are on the injury report. But I will say SGA is not on the injury report, and we know he can be a one-man wrecking crew. So, like you said, it feels like when you see these numbers for Oklahoma City, for the most part, they're covering them. So I think I would lean towards Oklahoma City here. And then finally, I suppose we'll talk about the Suns and the Warriors just because Steph Curry at least warrants your eyeballs. The Warriors sitting at 4-3, Golden State 10.5 point favorites, total of 232.5. So, Jenks, are we just going full square and be like, hey, we'll do a parlay of the Thunder and the Warriors just to win both of these games?
I think we have to. I think that's the way it goes. Let's just go all square. I mean, do I really want to grab the points with the Suns? The thing is about this lineup is that, yeah, some of these numbers are big, but as we always say, do you really want to grab numbers with bad teams? Like, at least the Raptors, okay. You know, it's a good spot for them, but is this a good spot for the Suns? I mean, woof. The NBA, man, it can be such a grind. I kind of like the Thunder tonight, but that's square. I kind of like the Warriors tonight, that's square. And I don't really feel like sweating out a bunch of big numbers, but right now, those are the trends.
Yeah, and I will say this. Golden State coming off back-to-back losses, but they have had a few days to get ready for this one, so they should be rested. And Phoenix is coming off back-to-back wins, but against Utah and the Spurs, who maybe aren't as bad as maybe I'm inferring, but they also made 19 threes in that game, which doesn't feel necessarily repeatable. Maybe you could look at a total in this one because I will say Phoenix has been on a tear when it comes to hitting the three-point shot, and we know Golden State can fire away from the three-point line, and Golden State has been a team that's been hot to the over all season long, 5-2 to the over as well as Phoenix. Both these teams hitting the over 5 of the 7 games. So maybe go total here, but again, totals are not my specialty in the NBA. So 231.5, it's pretty high. I don't know, Jenks. Get me hype for betting on the NBA. Like, maybe player props are the way to go.
Yeah.
But again, there are so many injuries, and we do the show so early in the morning that we don't even know who's going to play. So can you bring some positive vibes? Like, I know this is going to be us and the show for the next couple of months. I'm just having trouble getting there.
Well, look, we'll get it. It's just like any time we start a new season on this show, which is it's just, look, if you're just cheering for the games, if you're just a just a casual fan, I'm like, oh, the NBA's back. There's all these different storylines. SGA looks great, and the Warriors are showing, some oomph, even though they're a veteran team. The Clippers are older, and okay, why is New Orleans so bad? And all these things we talk about, and that's all well and fine. But handicapping these games and adding the numbers to the mix, that just makes for a completely different way of looking at things and trying to go about it. So I understand that frustration because as we see from year to year in any pro sports league, sometimes things kind of hold true and then sometimes they're flipped on their head. So it just makes betting on the NBA this early really tough. But also I'm really excited about basketball. That's my positive spin for you.
That was a good sell. You sounded excited.
Good sell.
But listen, the way to get better at something is to do it and actually bet on it. So maybe practice will make better for us betting on the NBA. Teaser Tuesday comes your way next. We're back to the NFL. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're back for more of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And in mere moments here on the show, it's time for Teaser Tuesday. If you like a little fun spin on betting on the NFL, stick with us, and I'll give you a fun way to bet on some of these games over the weekend. And before we get to that, Jenks, I need your opinion. Because you know I am a very cynical person when it comes to my teams, and for good reason. I don't know if you've seen the Tennessee Titans play lately, but they are not a good team. But I am starting to build positive feelings for NC State basketball once again. I really like Will Wade. And I know that people think of him, they're like, oh, the wiretap guy from LSU. Yes, that guy. But
that's the guy.
Here's the thing. He was, fired from that job for doing wrong things and trying to pay recruits, not for being a bad basketball coach. So here at NC State, we will welcome him with open arms because we will take what we can get. And so far, the early returns feel very good. Last night, NC State started their season off by scoring like 119 points, I think. Against maybe it was like NC A&T, like a small school, but still. Yeah. Will Wade made this like amazing WWE style speech where he said the reckoning is here and NC State basketball is here to stay. And so I am cautiously trying to not fall in love with Will Wade and what he's doing with this program. But again, I am very afraid to get my heart broken by NC State athletics.
Well, I do understand that, but I will also say this. Regardless of his past, Will Wade has done a nice job of recovering from that and showing, look, he's a hell of a basketball coach, right? And I don't know if you would classify NC State as a sleeping giant, you know better than I do, but certainly they have all the history and all the tools right there in the research triangle. I know they get overshadowed by Duke and Carolina, but NC State has had a phenomenal history of success. That's a recruiting hotbed as well. They can recruit nationally. And Wade can coach, so I think your reasons for optimism are justified.
Right, and maybe I'm too in the weeds because I've been watching the videos of him with the team, and he's been doing all these like military training tactics where the team like goes out at like 3:30 in the morning and does like, I don't think it's waterboarding, but it's like something where they have to like go backwards with like a cloth on their face, and they all go in the water together. So, like, that's the thing. Like, these are things that you like to see. But at the end of the day, like, if you're not winning games, nobody cares. So, for now, it feels comforting and it's easy to like the guy. And maybe this will play out in recruiting. It's just now with NIL stuff, I don't know how much that matters. Yeah. But we'll see for Will Wade because I am very optimistic for NC State basketball. And that makes me very, very nervous. So do you feel nervous about, the rising optimism of Texas football? I wanted to ask you about this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, first of all, those referees were straight corrupt in that game. Let me tell you that right now. Corruption. I mean, Texas didn't play great at times. It was just one phantom call after the other. Did you see that one where Vandy was trying to score on the 2-point conversion and the guy reaches across with the football, doesn't even touch the pylon? And they're like, oh, there you go. You got it. Give me a break. Anyway, Texas won. It was dicey. But, yeah, I would not write off Texas just yet. Not yet.
Do you think Arch Manning is ready to take the next step? Because I will say this. He is starting to look better.
Yeah. Well, it's not a coincidence that, look, in the last 2 games, Arch led them back against Mississippi State. He was awesome in this game. It's not a coincidence, particularly in this game, that guess what? Arch is getting protection, and so Arch is able to throw the ball, and he has time. I mean, those two things go hand in hand. When you're a young quarterback trying to learn a system and trying to grow in a game, you've got to have protection. And before that game against Mississippi State, Arch had been pressured, I think, the 4th most of any college football quarterback, which has kind of gone underreported. Like, he is constantly under pressure. So now that he gets protection, what happens? He looks really good. He has time. He's seeing the field. So he's growing right in front of us, and that was a really good Vanderbilt squad. Is a very good Vanderbilt squad, so that was a huge one.
Well, and plus, this feels more in line with what expectations should have been, is that he is a young quarterback that doesn't have that much experience coming into this season. So maybe you wait and give him, I don't know, like a fourth of the season before like, hey, he needs to be at Heisman level from the jump. So now, like, it makes a lot of sense to me that as the season goes on that he is progressing, because that is a normal thing to see from young quarterbacks. So we will keep our fingers crossed for both of our teams. Please don't break our hearts again. Please don't do it. All right, so let's get to Teaser Tuesday in the NFL.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, it's time to play my favorite way to play the NFL, and that is teasers. If you're new to the game, here's what happens. You take an NFL side and you give yourself 6 points. The goal of teasers is to go through as many key numbers as possible. So you're looking for dogs of 1.5 to 2.5 points. You're looking for favorites of 8.5 to 7.5 points to go through, key numbers of 7, 6, 3, 2.5, so forth. So here are the options for this week in the NFL. And I will say, I hope there is not as much chaos as we saw last week in the NFL. We're going to start with one of the best teams in the AFC getting points on the road at the Bucs. We're going to go New England plus 8.5 on the road at Tampa Bay. And I understand at some point, New England's probably going to hit a snag on the road. We saw it with like the Colts last week where, they're just not going to be great every single game of the season. I know the Bucs have had some time off to prepare, but 8.5 seems like a lot of points to give a Pats team that's been absolutely rolling, and the offense has been fantastic with what Drake May has been doing. Next up, we're going to go to the Seahawks. It feels like one of the most underrated teams in the entire NFL. So the line of this one is Seahawks 6.5 point home favorites against the Cardinals, who I understand just won last night. A big game against the Cowboys. Wow, I'm so impressed. So you tease it down, and the Seahawks are mere 0.5 point home favorites against the Cardinals. It is a divisional matchup. Sometimes these can be tough, but I do like the Seahawks in this spot. Next up, here's the team that burned me last week, and maybe they will burn me again, but I'm hoping it's not the case. So I'm going to take the Lions, tease down number of -2.5. So this line is 8.5. Lions 8.5 point favorites at the Commanders. I feel like the Lions should be able to rebound and win against a hapless Commanders team that no longer has Jaden Daniels at the helm by 3 points. So, Jenks, I know you probably can speak on that game. Is there a sabotage factor when it comes to the Commanders? Do they just have some level of heart that I don't know? Is the injury report lying to me? Is there a way that the Commanders upset the Lions?
I don't think so. I hope so. But, this team is a mash unit right now. Not only is JD5 out, Marshawn Lattimore's out for the season. Luke McCaffrey is out for the season. Going into this game, they had 9 players on the IL. They were already thin at spots. Big spots. So and remember, the Lions will have a little bit of revenge on their minds because of last year's divisional matchup when the Commanders went into Detroit and won that game. So it's a bounce-back spot for the Lions. The Commanders are just going to have to show a lot of resolve and have a lot of young guys who are unproven, frankly, step up in this game, and I just don't know if I see it. D-Day said this earlier, which is he's stunned that this line is as low as it is, and I kind of am too.
Yeah, 8.5 feels like a big number in the NFL, but think about this matchup. The Commanders' defense, that's been a weakness all season long, against this Lions offense.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Not great. Well, yeah, the Lions have so many playmakers, and right now, defensively, the Commanders are just sort of flailing, right? They give up the explosive play. They don't really stop anyone. We saw Sam Darnold go nuts against them, and now we're seeing, okay, what's going to work for this team? They've tried to maybe adjust scheme, maybe simplify. That hasn't really worked, even though on the field it kind of looks like the same thing we've seen from week 1, but now they're bringing Joe Witt Jr., the defensive coordinator, onto the field as opposed to being in the box. Is that really going to help? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really a believer that just moving from the field to the box or vice versa really changes up what you're doing. Ultimately, I think it's about scheme. I think it's about fits. I think it's about doing your job. I think it's about making sure you have a game plan week in and week out, dependent upon your opponent that works. And we just have not seen that. Teams have been able to get big chunk play after big chunk play against this Washington defense. And now that they're even more banged up with Lattimore out, I know Lattimore doesn't have a lot of fans here in D.C., but that is a setback because he is a veteran. And then you put in another young guy in there, it just does not trend well for Washington.
Okay, so we've crossed out the Commanders as a team that could possibly ruin the
Correct.
teaser. So let me ask you about the other two teams. So
Okay.
of these two, I know you're a big Seahawks guy, at least from a betting standpoint. Seahawks half-point favorites at home against the Cardinals, or the Pats getting 8.5 at the Bucks. Who ruins my teaser?
Oh, maybe the
two.
Seahawks. Maybe the Seahawks. I don't think so. But then again, look, Arizona, I think they found something with Jacoby Brissett. And maybe it's a letdown spot for Seattle coming to D.C. and getting that huge win where everything went right. I mean, everything went right. You know what I mean? Like that game could not have gone any more perfect if you're Seattle. So Arizona finally has a little momentum. They ended that 5-game losing streak. It is a divisional battle. So when you talk about a divisional battle, you know how it is. Teams know each other really, really well. And so it's not as easy to knock out a divisional foe as it is someone who is not in your division. I love the Patriots plus 8.5, but Seahawks minus a half point might be the one.
See, I'm nervous about the Patriots. I feel
Are you?
like at some point the other shoe is going to drop because we see
Okay.
this in the NFL all the time where a team is cruising and eventually they're just going to have a dud of a game. Same goes for what we saw from the Colts this past week because I don't think the Colts were in my teaser, but I definitely like the Colts against the Steelers.
Got it.
And sometimes it's just tough to execute every single week, especially when you're talking about a young quarterback. Now, I know we've already, made the bus for Drake May and said, oh, he's the prince that was promised and he's amazing. And he is. But I'm just saying that not everything goes in a straight line in the NFL. So I think that's the one that makes me most nervous.
I mean, that's a fair point. And you make a good look. This is still a young team, due for a setback at some point.
Yeah.
So you're not wrong.
Well, hopefully nobody ruins my teaser, and we will all be laughing about this next week while I count my cash. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the show, our biggest takeaways from last night's matchup between the Cardinals and the Cowboys. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Daily Tip's Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Because everybody knows it's subject to tomorrow. You can't have a trade done if you haven't gotten it done. Okay? So we'll see what goes tomorrow. I've told you, and I didn't say. I said we were going to have a trade that'll be consummated tomorrow. That's what I said.
Last Jerry Jones, as we welcome you back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, yesterday saying that a trade was going to be consummated. And that is just classic NFL lingo. Well, Chelsea, here we are. And I said during the first hour of this show, I don't believe Jerry. I don't believe him. There's no way there's actually a trade in place. Well, okay, there is a trade, I guess. But this isn't really a trade that moves the needle. So, yes, Jerry was right, but no wonder this was not reported.
Yeah. So the spin on this is crazy because if you look at this as reported by Adam Schefter, there is a positive spin on it. He says Logan Wilson was the Bengals' leading tackler from 2021 to 2023 before missing the last 6 games of 2024. Please note that he did not mention this year, where Logan Wilson no longer is a starter on the Bengals defense, who is one of the worst defenses in NFL history. Now he has been relegated to special teams. And here's the worst part. Logan Wilson's not even that cheap. He's on a 4-year, $36 million deal that still has 2 more years on it. So why did the Cowboys make this trade? Like, I understand they were trying to make a trade, but Logan Wilson, a linebacker from the Bengals, who I repeat, have one of the worst defenses in NFL history, and he still wasn't a starter this year. This is the big trade that he talked to Stephen A. Smith about? Come on, man.
That's the thing. Like, okay, fine, you did make a trade, but for a special teamer? Like, when you mentioned that, like, hey, we're getting ready to make a move, fine. I said I would apologize to Jerry if he made a trade. I'm sorry. My bad. Half-assed apology. Like, come on. This isn't a trade that you make if you're trying to really improve your football team. Yes, it is a trade. Okay, you're taking on some more money, but I don't understand the end game here. Am I missing something?
I think he was just trying to hype it up to draw up interest. And then this was like, because remember that quote was before the Cowboys game, right? And then the Cowboys lose. Then they make this trade that I don't know why he was trying to hype it up. But apparently, like, this is more on Logan Wilson, who requested to be traded from the Bengals because he wasn't playing.
Right.
So it feels like he had to request a trade to a team where maybe he would play. And so that has to be a worse defense than the terrible defense that he was on. And who fits the bill? The Cowboys. Another terrible defense.
God bless America. What is Jerry doing here? I mean, I go back to what you said in the first hour, which I think he's just like trying to get attention because he didn't make a trade. We're talking about it right now. Okay, did the Cowboys make a trade? Did the Cowboys make a trade? Yeah, they did. They made a trade. And then you're like, oh, this is going to we barely even noticed it. Normally, if there had been a big trade, a big move, this would be breaking news. We'd be talking about it. We'd be all over. It's like, oh, yeah, Cowboys made a move. You know what I mean?
Well, this is the same deal. Weren't we talking about this earlier? Where before the season, I forget it was whatever offseason where Derrick Henry was a free agent or was up for another team. And so Jerry was like floating these rumors that they're going to make a big trade, and people are like, oh, they're going to get Derrick Henry. They're going to get Derrick Henry. They did not get Derrick Henry. And in fact, they got somebody who I don't even remember at the time. So this is not the first time that he has tried to drum up attention, and it's been like crying wolf. But we know Jerry Jones, and we know that he loves attention. At some point, we've got to stop listening. Like, at some point, this is our fault for continuing to talk about Jerry Jones and a Cowboys team that just isn't relevant anymore.
I think that's just it, is that as much as he loves winning, and of course everyone loves to win, ultimately, Jerry loves the attention and the attention that comes with winning. And when you're not winning, what is left? It's just the attention. So if you're Jerry, how do you continue to generate that attention? It's to appear in front of the media each week. It's to talk to Stephen A. Smith. It's to call in to local radio shows. Like, it's amazing. Imagine here in D.C., D-Day, if Josh Harris called in every week to a radio show.
It'd be my nightmare. I mean, the clip that we've been playing is actually Jerry in his press conference after the football game that he does every single week, because Jerry Jones speaks at the same time as the coaching staff.
Like, that's crazy. And yet, here we are. No other owner does this, but this is just typical Jerry, where you end up talking about it, but ultimately it's much ado about nothing.
Okay, so where is rock bottom for the Cowboys? Because I keep thinking that we've hit it, and then they have another game, like last night. They get beat by 10 points as favorites at home to a team that lost 5 straight games, if I'm not mistaken, who is also starting a backup quarterback. Like, at what point is it rock bottom for the Cowboys? Like, how do things get worse from here?
I don't know. The Cowboys are just going to flounder through the season, and Jerry will say something crazy from time to time, and they'll win some games because their offense is really good. Wasn't great last night, but they have plenty of talent. Their defense just is devoid of talent, and so they'll meander through the season. They'll have a losing record. They're not going to make the playoffs. Jerry will say something crazy every couple weeks, like we're going to consummate a trade that doesn't move the needle, and we'll talk about it again, and it's going to be rinse and repeat. And that's why Cowboys fans are so over it. Like, this is the same thing they see each and every single year. And even when they are winning, even when they do have a successful regular season, what's going to happen? They're going to flame out in the playoffs. I mean, the Cowboys have not done anything under Jerry. 30 years. 3 decades, really. That's remarkable to think about. Under his ownership, he was just this bright fireball, he and Jimmy, and they win all these Super Bowls, and then they've just been living on reputation ever since, really.
I think it's one of those things where it's really frustrating, or it has to be frustrating for Cowboys fans, because it's not like Jerry Jones isn't willing to spend money. Like, he has paid some of his superstars handsomely, but the problem is he just doesn't make smart moves. Like this latest one, where he's paying, a pretty sizable contract for a linebacker who wasn't even starting, for a bad defense. And you're adding that to, the cap space. And I don't know all of the numbers, on the top of my head, but the bottom line to me is that Jerry Jones is making moves, but he's not making the right ones.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. Well, Jerry took an L last night because it was the Cardinals handling the Cowboys 27-17. The Cards getting 3 points. They're plus 145 on the money line. Total set at 54. The under hits. Jacoby Brissett getting a start for an injured Kyler Murray, and he comes through.
First and goal from the 12. Brissett lets it fly. End zone, McBride, touchdown.
Call courtesy of ESPN. Trey McBride, 5 catches, 55 yards in that score. Brissett, 21 of 31, 261 yards, 2 touchdowns, including one to Marvin Harrison Jr., who catches 7 passes for 96 yards. And the Cards in their 5-game losing streak, if you were able to watch this game in the first place.
Yes. Some of us had to find creative ways to watch this game, but we did watch it. Even though if you're trying to angle for more customers to push for the carriage dispute to end, the Cowboys and the Cardinals is not the game that I would have put on the pedestal and be like, this is the product that you're missing. But the Cardinals certainly deserve their flowers for a win here, snapping that 5-game skid. And Jacoby Brissett has done a fine job filling in for Kyler Murray. But now the story is going to be, okay, so when And if Kyler Murray comes back, is he really the entrenched starter, or do you stick with Jacoby Brissett, who got your team a win last night, albeit against a bad Cowboys defense? But Jenks, if anybody cared about the Cardinals, this would be a quarterback controversy that we would be talking about much, much more.
They got to start Kyler, right? Tyler Murray? Is he a guy? Did he play for a while in the NFL? What do they say that they're soft benching? That's the rumor. They're soft benching Kyler Murray. And that was the rumor in Minnesota, too, that they were kind of soft benching J.J. McCarthy until they started him this past weekend. Like he was healthier than they let on. And then Carson Wentz is out and was playing and banged up. And then, okay, let's put J.J. back in. Please don't let this become a thing in the NFL where we're soft benching guys. We don't want to say we're benching them. We're just saying, we'll sit you out for a while. That's being benched. You're getting benched, you know? So ultimately, when the Cardinals are paying Kyler Murray this much money, I can't imagine they would sit him. But then again, you know, Jacoby looked really good last night. Marvin Harrison had his best game of the season. That's a season high in catches with 7. He looked really good. I mean, that's a factor as well. I guess it's a possibility. But generally, when teams are paying for a franchise quarterback, they're going to play that franchise quarterback.
Absolutely. And this feels different than J.J. McCarthy, who is a young quarterback. Like,
Right.
Kyler Murray has been in the league for quite some time now. Even though it feels like he is older than 28, he is 28 years old. And he's somebody who's had some good seasons in the NFL. Like, remember, I know people love to forget this. There was a season at the midway point where Kyler Murray actually had a case to be made for winning MVP. It was the season where him and DeAndre Hopkins had this great connection. But, like, there's a good quarterback in there somewhere. We just have not seen it in quite some time. And then there's the other stuff where it's like, okay, he's playing video games too much. He doesn't want to be there, you know. So I don't know how much of that stuff is actually true. It just feels like there's been a lot of noise when it comes to Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. But at this juncture in the season, I feel like if you're the head coach, like, you're just trying to win games. So maybe if Jacoby Brissett gives you the better chance to win football games, because isn't that the tagline that it feels like every coach says? We're going to start the quarterback who gives us the best chance to win, even though they have not said that about Jacoby Brissett just yet. So again, these are just rumors and whispers, but still, the Cardinals do have a decision to make over the next few weeks.
It'll be interesting. And didn't the Cardinals season just go wrong after that loss to your Titans when they just gave the game away? Like, wasn't that the real turning point for them? Like, that's one of those games where, I mean, who is it? DeMarcado lets the ball loose before he crosses the goal line. I mean, that was just an abject disaster. Then they give it away late and the Titans score. Like, a game like that, when you lose, I mean, no offense to a team that bad, and you give it away, it feels like that's when the Cardinals season just took a nosedive and they've just never really recovered.
Well, to be fair, I don't think they had sky-high expectations for this team entering the season, or at least we didn't, because, again, it feels like nobody cares about the Arizona Cardinals. But I will say, if we're going to say something nice about Arizona, maybe we talk about Marvin Harrison Jr., because he had a breakout game in this one, made some great catches, and they talked about this on the broadcast where he has been getting pointers from who else? His dad, who has been coaching him up when it comes to his footwork, you know, some of the technical things about being a receiver. So it felt like this was the first game where everything kind of came together. And so if there is one good takeaway, is that it feels like the confidence level in Marvin Harrison Jr. is officially back.
Yeah, I'm glad for him, because early in the season when he was dropping passes, you saw him lose his confidence. Wasn't there that video of him on the sideline saying, "I'm playing like ass, bro"? He just said that, like, I am playing terrible football. And he has all the tools. Like, he has the lineage, which we know, but this guy still has all of the tools to be a superstar in the NFL. But if you get in your head and you're starting to worry about how you're performing, it can absolutely affect how you get out there and how you get it done, or if you don't get it done on the field. So a night like last night, albeit against a bad Cowboys defense, I mean, he did look great. That one shot of CeeDee Lamb going, oh, dang. Like, this guy, that was an amazing move to get in the end zone and get that touchdown. Sometimes it takes a performance like that to kind of get your mojo back and then to sort of move on for the rest of the season and sort of fulfill the expectations that you have going into a season because he worked really hard during the offseason to bulk up a little bit, to improve from his rookie season. And so, look, we're only halfway through the year, so we could absolutely see that from Marvin Harrison Jr.
Right. And I think mentally, like the spot that Marvin Harrison Jr. was in, especially when you're on a losing team, when the vibes are not good, it is tougher to stay the course and keep your confidence in that situation. So last night, not only did Marvin Harrison Jr. have a better game, they got to win. And I understand it's one win. The Cardinals are probably not going to win the Super Bowl. But from a mentality standpoint, this had to help the vibes.
It absolutely did. Well, coming up next, what are the vibes going to be tonight when the college football playoff rankings are finally released? We'll talk about that, what we expect, and who should be where. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea, you might have to take over here. My computer's dying. I mean, I'm all right. I'm dying. I'm okay. But the computer, I left my typical for the way things have gone with the Commanders this season. I left my power cord at the stadium on Sunday night when I was doing the pregame show. So that thing's gone. So this computer is running on fumes right now. I got about 38 minutes left. It's going to be right there at the edge. Yeah,
you're golden.
We'll
38 minutes.
We'll see.
Let me ask you, when do you start to panic when it comes to battery levels? Because it's wild the difference between certain people when it comes to their phone. I live in low power mode, and I understand this is iPhone talk, and you're not an iPhone user.
I'm not.
But I feel like it's the same, discussion about personality that you can kind of surmise from like what people do with their phones, because we all know that chaotic person who their phone is always on like 6%. And you're like, should you be charging your phone right now? They're like, nah, I'm good. Like, what are you doing? So what's the level for you?
Oh, I don't like it when my phone's around 60%.
Ooh.
Honestly. Seriously. I'm like, whoa. Which the lovely Catherine will be like, oh, I'm at 6%. I'm like, 6? And now my phone can charge hers, which is, kind of nice. I mean, it's not crazy, but I can hit a setting on my phone and put her iPhone on top of my phone, and it'll charge her phone to kind of like give her a little extra juice if necessary. So that's nice. We don't do that too often, but I start getting around 50 or 60 and I get nervous because I'm always worried about running out, which never happens. I think I can count the number of times on one hand when I actually ran out of juice.
Well, yeah, because you're cautious, and clearly you are on top of it when it comes to charging your phone. I don't think I get nervous until 25%. Okay. Like under 20 is when I really start to worry. But like if I'm going to be gone the entire day, I'll worry at 50 or 60%. Like especially when you're traveling. Like when I'm traveling, I'm charging my phone at the airport even if it's like 75%. I'm like, we need to be 100% for this flight because I am not raw dogging this flight. I need to be watching movies, shows, whatever. I cannot be sitting there in silence.
Is that thing over now, that trend of raw dogging? Finally. Which is the dumbest trend I've ever seen in my life. Like if you're doing it because you want to be alone with your thoughts and you just need to think, which I think is a healthy thing, like be alone with yourself. A lot of people can't do that without sort of being able to handle like what sort of comes up from the surface. You'd be amazed at what is in your subconscious. But if you're just sitting there to prove a trend, then it's just like, I don't know. Is that still a thing? Denton, you would know.
I am the king of, I guess, raw dogging knowledge on the program. I don't believe that's a thing anymore. Okay. I think the new trend is raw dogging an hour out of your day to get your system back on track.
I see.
No phone, no music, no nothing. Right. You just sit in silence. Maybe start a little bit lower because just jumping into an hour feels tough.
Okay.
But I feel like that's in raw dogging on flights out.
Okay. Interesting.
How many times are we going to say raw dogging on the show?
Not enough. Not enough.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like if I'm going to be without my phone and you really want to decompress, like do it on like a hike or like a walk outside. I don't want to do it on a flight where it's just recycled air and you're literally just sitting there. And all I'm thinking about is like, hey, when's the next bout of turbulence? Like, I need my mind occupied. But, like, I get it that you need to clear your mind, just not on a flight for me.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, that would drive me crazy. I don't know how people do it. I really don't. Well, Chelsea, one thing that we both know and agree on is that tonight we're going to have a lot to talk about when the official rankings for the college football playoff are finally released. So, what's going to happen here? I mean, I feel like when you look at this, we're basically dealing with, we know who the top teams are, right? We know it's going to be Ohio State. We know it's going to be Texas A&M. We know it's going to be Indiana. After that, what's going to happen? And who should be number one? Is it Ohio State, or will you be willing to make an argument for Indiana?
Here's where it depends on your view of the committee. Like, if
Okay.
you believe in positivity and you give the committee the benefit of the doubt, I think Indiana should be number one. Like,
Okay.
if all this
Really?
nonsense they have been spewing about, who has the best quality win and, we're going to make good wins count for way more and punish people for bad losses, which I know doesn't go into the category of Ohio State versus Indiana. But if you look at Ohio State's schedule, and by no fault of their own, because I don't think we saw Texas, falling from grace, or at least, in the last few weeks. I know they're on the come up. And then Penn State being unranked. There were good games on the schedule for Ohio State, but now you look at their schedule and you're like, okay, what's their signature win? Like, do we just put them up there just because they're Ohio State and because, they're innocent until proven guilty? Whereas the opposite's not true for Indiana.
Yeah.
They have to prove everything. And, they went on the road to Oregon. That is a huge win for Indiana. So at what point do you look at, the resumes in front of you and you take the names off the top of the resume and you say, okay, this team actually has a more impressive resume, and you give that title to Indiana. So I think Indiana should be number one. But Jenks, how much do you trust the committee? Because I think they say all of this stuff, but at the end of the day, they're going to do what they want.
I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. I think Ohio State should be number one. I do. But I also understand the argument for Indiana. I would be stunned if the committee says we're going to put Indiana number one, but I would kind of love it. I mean, don't you feel like this is where Indiana's just not going to get enough credit for being Indiana? They're the Hoosiers. You guys are supposed to be good at basketball, not at football. That's a thing that it's going to take people to get time to get over, even now. But Ohio State, I will say, is just winning games with surgical precision. Like what Julian Sain is doing is unbelievable. He's completing passes at like an 80% clip. Ohio State is boring, and I mean that in the best way possible. They just go out, they win. They go out, they win. They go out and win. That's why Sain right now is the Heisman Trophy favorite, plus 175. But then you have Fernando Mendoza right there, plus 225. It's going to be interesting to see how much credit the committee really gives to Indiana here. We're going to find out.
Yeah. I think the most interesting part, though, is what happens at the bottom. Because I do think, like, all these teams are going to get in. At the end of the day, like, if you're in and you're one of at least the top few teams, like, maybe the bracketology, like, works out a little different where you don't get the best matchup. But, like, my point being is that they're in. So I think this is the biggest deal for some of these teams towards the bottom of, like, who's going to make it to the college football playoff. But then I look at some of these teams and I'm like, okay, how much do these rankings matter when the season isn't over yet? And we still have some really big games on the schedule. Most notably for your team, Jenks, Texas still has a big game against Georgia this week, where if they beat Georgia on the road, that is a massive seismic win for Texas. And then they have Arkansas, and then they have Texas A&M to close out the year. So if they win those games, like, Texas is going to be on the come up in a major way. But then the question mark is, how about if they win one of those games? And you say to yourself, okay, if we're not punishing losses against really good teams, do you still give Texas some credit? Or is the narrative that they had at the first of the season too much to overcome, where people say, no, we're out on Texas?
God, it's going to be tough. If they get in, it'll be right there at the edge. Do you know what I mean? It'll be, one of the last teams to get in, and people will debate about it. And I also wonder, too, and I don't necessarily think this is fair, but let's be honest. We're talking about money at stake. We're talking about attention. And you can't convince me that this committee doesn't take that into account. Like, brand matters when you're talking about all of the factors that go into deciding which teams go where, right? Because if you can make somewhat of a case for a blue blood, then you probably put them in over a school where you can make a case, maybe a stronger case, but they don't have the brand name. You know what I mean? So that always gives Texas an advantage. I'm not saying that's fair. I think they probably need to win out. It's that Florida loss that is a killer, right? If you had a loss to Ohio State, you lost to Georgia, and remember, they still have Arkansas and A&M. But I will say this, if they have 3 losses and maybe they lose to Georgia but beat A&M, then you got A&M and Vandy. This is why the SEC wants to expand the playoff, right? Because the SEC is such a gauntlet where You have really good teams that could probably compete with the top 12 teams in the country, but one of those SEC teams gets left out because of the strength of schedule. I don't necessarily agree with that. I like a smaller playoff. I don't think everyone deserves to get in, but that's where that argument comes from.
I do think no matter how you slice it, like somebody's going to be mad at the end of the season. Because
Yes,
we always
always.
see these cases, and it's right. And at the end of the day, it's like, okay, we have 12 teams now. Like maybe just be better, and you should have won more games because we talked about this earlier, like the case for Miami over Notre Dame. Because from a very simplistic standpoint, you say Miami and Notre Dame are both 6-2, and
Right.
Miami beat Notre Dame head to head. But if the committee believes in like some of the tropes that they're saying and saying, hey, we're going to punish you more for bad losses, Miami has a loss, albeit in overtime, to an unranked SMU team. So right now, as we stand, Miami would be out. But you know those Hurricane fans are going to be real mad if they look at Notre Dame. They're like, hey, that's the team that we beat head to head. What's going on here?
It's true. So that's the question. How much do you put into head-to-head victories versus what have you done for me lately, right? All things
Yeah.
being equal, you say, okay, well, you got to give Miami the edge here. But Miami hasn't looked good recently. You know, you can go either way in that argument. How do you feel? Do you tend to go with, look, it's head-to-head? I feel like that's kind of how you feel. But I don't want to speak for you. Then that should be the ultimate sort of qualifier or the one thing that puts one team above the other.
I think it's just really tough because I think, you know, in a perfect world, you would say it's the eye test at the end of the year. Because, you know,
Right.
if you lose a game first week of the season, like we've seen this even in the rankings before, that it doesn't matter as much as a team that feels like they are flailing at the end of the year. Because at the end of the day, you want the best possible games in the college football playoff. But it's just tough for this committee where I say this and I understand they do whatever they want, but like you want to point at the data and the resumes and the stats and the wins and losses and have a justification other than just the eye test. Because I feel like people
Right.
don't love that when they're just like, hey, eye test, this team is better. And they're like, well, prove it. You know, they lost this team.
Right.
So it's just, you know, start the circle of arguing between all the college football fans. But I do think the eye test should matter some because as I'm looking at these rankings, like, do we think Virginia is one of the top 12 teams in the country?
No.
Like, granted, I haven't watched a ton of Virginia football, but it's just, like, do we think they're better than Vanderbilt? Even Georgia
No.
Tech, who lost to my Wolfpack over the weekend, is still a good team. So it's one of those things where it is a delicate balance of using the resume and all of these, you know, things that they laid out at the first of the season, and also balancing the eye test because, again, this
Yeah.
is a money-making venture, and you want good games in the college football playoff.
I didn't ask you about that. I missed a day. How did it feel for your NC State Wolfpack? Oh, I see your face. That says you don't care. You beat Georgia Tech. That's a huge win.
I feel like they always do this, and this is how Dave Doran sticks around because we get like one signature win, and they're like, "Whoa, NC State football is good again."
They did it.
And then next week we'll lose to like Boston College or somebody. So like we do this, we'll like play with our hair on fire 1 week a year, or usually we'll beat UNC, which that does feel good because we hate the Tar Heels. But it just makes me think that we're never gonna get rid of Dave Doran. He's gonna be there forever because he always comes out with like one good win a season.
Well, I will say, you got it done. Very impressive. Well done. As far as tonight goes, is there a team that you're most curious about? Like I'm curious about Texas Tech because I think the Red Raiders are very talented. They haven't played the strongest schedule. They've been blowing out teams, but that's what you're supposed to do. When you have your schedule in front of you, all you can do is play those teams. And I'm very curious to see what the committee thinks of Texas Tech because you don't necessarily put them in the top tier, but they're hanging around and they're super talented. And these guys, I feel like, can play with anyone. But what does the committee think?
I think that's one of those teams where the metrics kind of justify it because
Yeah.
there's no team that's been more of a metrics darling, you know, that's kind of not at the top than Texas
Yeah.
Tech. Like if you look at all of their numbers, they're very easy to make a case for. But again, if you're a team like Georgia Tech and you're sitting at 16 and you're saying, hey, we're 8-1 as well, even though the ACC doesn't really have a ton of legs to stand on when it says our conference is good. So I don't know. It just feels like this circular argument where, again, so many people are going to be mad and so many teams are going to have like at least somewhat of a case to be angry about these ratings. But at the end of the day, the first set of rankings do not matter. Like a lot of this stuff will play itself out. Like especially with some of these teams who, play these big rivalry games at the end of the season. And I know we have like 15 seconds left.
Now you're good.
But it will be interesting.
We're doing it old school here. It's giving me the cues with the throw. We gotta go. We got 15 seconds left. Coming up next on the show. See what the doctor's up to. Also, best bets. Oh God, I guess it's gonna be NBA. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, who knows? Our best bets coming your way. You doing NBA tonight? Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
I am.
Let's go. I'm going to start from now until the end of the year, either a GoFundMe campaign or a radio campaign to get D-Day a tumbler. If you have Odyssey points, 30 points a month?
You get 30 points a month that you can freely distribute, which I've already given all of you guys 10 points. I used my 30 of the month, so I gave all you guys 10 points. Chelsea's thrilled. She's like, yes, I love Odyssey points. But if you get 325, you get a Stanley.
Ooh.
With a nice, beautiful Odyssey logo. I'm a company man, so I can't think of anything better than a Stanley with a nice Odyssey logo on.
Oh, dude, I wonder.
Like 40 ounces, too.
Yeah. I got to check my points. I don't think I've ever spent them. Oh, man, I got to check those. All right. If you're listening and you work for Odyssey, transfer Denton your points. 30 points. Come on. Get the man a Stanley. Early Christmas gift. Why not?
See, here's where we're different. When he says that, I'm like, why wouldn't you just go buy it? I'm so lazy. Like, I don't want to have to work for things. Like, when I can go to the store and purchase this with my own money, I'm going to go that route. Like, when there's two paths, like, I'm going to take the easier one.
Just purchase it. Can you purchase that?
Just buy it.
I don't know if you can.
Well, how much
a Stanley Cup? Yeah.
Cost? How much does that cost?
I don't know.
That's pricey.
$30?
I think it's more than that.
Damn, girl, $30. We're not going to
Is
have
it?
my wonderful coworkers gifted to me for free.
Yeah, I think it's
not money out of their pocket.
Do you want me to buy you a Stanley for Christmas? I think
Yes.
that's $30 to spend.
Sure.
I'm not saying
have a loving home.
Do it.
I'm not
and then
saying
get me
that
a
I'm
crock
rolling
pot.
in money. But if this is like your dream and it's only $30 away, like I'm willing to, fulfill that dream for you.
All right. Send me a crock pot. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. Also,
that's even cheaper.
Is it? I don't know anything.
Yeah.
I'm a dullard. I have no idea. If you asked me how much a crock pot was, like if I were on the Price is Right, I'd be like, I don't know, $40. You're right? Close?
It can't be that far off. Like, I would say, like, it depends on what brand you get and how big it is. But, like, Jenks, I know that you have good investments. Like, I think you can afford to spend $30. Like, how much is 2 drinks at a bar in D.C.? Let me ask you that, because I'm pretty sure you be buying drinks at bars.
Well, for a while. We'll see. I got to save up for the end of the year. Make sure I have some money in the savings. A lot of gifts to buy.
It's a gift for yourself.
Yeah.
A gift for yourself.
I deserve it.
Treat yourself.
Yeah, treat myself. Just give me a soda water. Let me just enjoy myself. Oh, battery's running low. Here we go. You might want to plug in your PC. Yeah, I know it. I guess that's my cue to move on. What are you doing today? We got a little time here.
Oh, Blake doesn't have school. Apparently they don't have school on election day, which I don't know how that makes sense.
Really?
It's like, hey, we want you to vote, but you got to figure out your kids for the people who have jobs. So I don't know what this, why they do this, but like, luckily it doesn't really affect me because, I'm done with work at 8 a.m. But we will have a day of family time. So I don't know what time Blake is waking up, but I will be in charge of her all day, which means there will be a lot of entertaining on deck. We will be doing crafts. We will be watching Gabby's Dollhouse. It's going to be a full day.
Man, are you all caught up on Gabby's Dollhouse, or is that just like, does it just keep on going? I know nothing about children's shows.
Well, it's like any normal TV show. And once you get to the end of a season, that's it for now. They have to make a new season. We've seen the new movie. We've seen all the seasons. but we rewatch because Blake does not care. Like she's like me. She likes rewatching old shows and shows that she's already seen before. She kind of knows what's coming, so we watch it a lot.
Ah, that sounds awesome. All right. Well, enjoy. I gotta go to the dermatologist. That's no fun. Yeah, boring. God. And that's just like a regular checkup, like nothing major, just like boring stuff. You know me and the doctors.
You should get a punch card.
Boring.
Like, when is your 5th doctor visit free? I feel like you got a lot of time, with the doctors.
I've never had the best health. What's that? Yeah, I know. I need like a punch card. I'm like, hey, welcome back, King. No copay for you, Jenkins. Awesome.
You get a free colonoscopy.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Of all the free things to get, Oh, thanks. I'll never come back. Come on next to Bet Sweats. No idea. Joe, Sammy P. They'll have a good time. You'll have a good time. We're all having a good time. And don't forget, we're always on YouTube. If you want to check out the Daily Tip along with all of our shows on a BetMGM network, just go to YouTube. We're always there. All right, let's pick some winners and get on the right side.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, I got to tell you, NBA, I wrote down absolutely nothing, so I'm just going to roll with it here. What do you got?
All right, best bet in quotation marks is in the NBA, and we're going to go with the Orlando Magic, laying 3.5 on the road at the Hawks tonight. So we've already seen this matchup before, and the Hawks won the first iteration of these two teams meeting. But the difference in that game is that they had Trae Young. Trae Young's now going to be out for the next 4 weeks with a knee sprain. So he was a big factor in the first game. Between these two, I think he made like 4 points in the final 45 seconds, and the Hawks won it 111-107. And he also scored 25 points. So if he's out of the lineup, that is a huge hole in the offense that the Hawks will have to fill. And meanwhile, the Magic's best player, Paolo Banchero, was abysmal in that game. Only a 4 of 15 from the field, 0 of 5 from the three-point line. I would imagine he has a better game in this one simply because we have seen that from the rest of the season. He's averaging over 23 points per game. So with those momentum swings, I think the Magic get the job done here. So let's go Magic, laying the 3.5 against the Hawks.
I knew it. Computer just shut down. I got nothing. Look at this. There's nothing. Story of my life. Just a bunch of nothing. It's my new avatar. Hire me for all your IT needs. Nothing. Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. So we're going Raptors, laying 4.5 tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. This is a big number. Why are the Raptors laying 4.5 against Milwaukee? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Milwaukee got a big win last night against the Pacers. Giannis had that shot at the buzzer, that turnaround, fall away, knocked it down. Incredible shot. But I don't know if he's going to play tonight. We keep hearing that he's questionable, and it's just going to be load management. He's totally fine. But this is the first time all season it has been the back end of a back-to-back for Milwaukee. So the line is telling you that Giannis probably won't play, that the Bucks are going to be tired. At the Raptors, who have been very middling this season, have the advantage. The line points that way. This is screaming, take the Bucks. But remember, Giannis probably out of the lineup here. So it's not my favorite bet. It's my first NBA bet of the year. Yay. Let's go Raptors minus 4.5 tonight in Toronto.
I do feel at least like the logic makes sense, though, because if there's somebody who's going to be taken out of the lineup, like Giannis is one of the biggest holes to fill because he's averaging over 30 points a game. He's a defensive powerhouse, and he's going to pull down some rebounds as well. So you take him out of the lineup for a Bucks team that's not especially deep. It feels like the odds makers probably got this one right, but look at us not being very humble about our NBA bets. I'm sure the basketball gods will be humbling us soon. Just hopefully not tonight.
I don't want to brag, but I just got 10 Odyssey points from D-Day. Thank you, my friend. Look at that. That's how you end the show right there, right? You get a winner on your best bet, and you get some Odyssey points. By God, we're getting that, Stanley. Or D-Day. It's going to happen. We're going to make it happen. Me.
I wonder what else is in the
If not, we'll start a GoFundMe
gift shop.
Is there?
For $30. Well, Jenks, the craziest thing is that people have started GoFundMes for lesser reasons than this.
God.
Have you ever seen this on people's Facebook pages? And they're like, I went to the dentist and it's a lot to get my wisdom teeth removed. Please donate to my GoFundMe page. It's like, did you lose your job? Did somebody have their house burned down? No, it's just a lot of money. Like, go work.
Well, all right. Sorry. Like you can't dumb down the GoFundMe. Seriously. Like those are for serious issues. Like for health reasons or for, someone who needs a Stanley Cup really bad. Who really deserves it, who's worked really hard. Those two reasons, the only two reasons.
Because then wants the name brand Stanley. He does not want the knockoff Target version.
Yeah.
He is very brand decisive. So I don't care about Stanley. Like, what's the difference between Stanley and the other ones?
He doesn't want like the Hanley Cup.
Because it doesn't have my company's logo on it, Chelsea. I am for the team.
God.
Yeah.
With all what
I
no
can
matter the
draw it
cost.
on for you. Give me a Sharpie.
You can do that.
No, we can do that.
You might actually be able to use an Odyssey point to get a Sharpie.
That's
got
true.
A lot of things in here.
That's true. All right. Do you want to talk to the Donkster? Give this guy a shot? Sure. Donkster, just come on in. Let's see what happens.
There's going to be a trade.
What?
I'm telling you, a trade has been made.
Is this a Jerry Jones bit?
Only if something's gonna be consummated.
Oh, no.
That sounds about right. All right. Do you have a bet for us?
Boo.
I do. Blue Jays, money line, taking on the Dodgers.
Donkster, the World Series is over. You got to get with the now. We need an NBA bet.
Okay, Thunder, minus 75 against the Clippers.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Oh, man. I was going to say great to have you back. Not so sure about that. All right. So now our goals are set, okay? The Odyssey Shop, Stanley Cup, not a Hanley Cup. Take care of the company guy. It's good to have goals each week.
Yeah, I wonder how many negative points the Donkster has from Odyssey.
He just, every month, it's minus 30 from his account is what it is. It's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us live across the country from 6 a.m. tonight in the East. We will see you tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It's Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you on this Tuesday morning. We appreciate each and one of you for hanging out. BetMGM Network, where you can find the show. Make sure you're subscribed to the podcast. Make sure you're just subscribe over on Bet Sweats. Getting a lot of reviews. Appreciate all the kind words from everybody. Sam, how you feeling this morning?
If a Monday Night Football game was not on TV, did it really happen? I heard everybody had an issue watching that game last night for the most part.
Yep. So did you even attempt it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it sounded like you are not interested in the game at all. You bet it, but not really interested in it. I followed along on my phone. And so I'd guess around midway through the first quarter, I'm like, all right, I'm settled in. I'm gonna try and watch this, at least have it be background. So I have an idea what's going on in the game, and I can kind of root for McBride, root for this, root for that. And the other day, over the weekend, my wife did the trial for Fubo. And on Fubo, it says that you get ESPN. She's like, before I cancel it, you can watch this instead of hearing me bitch about it all night. But I prefer to bitch if you've been listening to the show, especially recently. So we still had that trial with Fubo because it lasts a week and she hadn't canceled it. And it says you can do ESPN. And so I try doing that. It says ESPN's on here. Oh, new channels they just added, The Ocho. That's an ESPN channel. They've got to have it somewhere. I'm going through the guide. I don't see it. There's a sports tab, and all these random sports pop up, some stuff I'd never watch in my life. And I don't see it there. And I can't find it. I'm going through every channel on the grid. I'm doing the search button. I cannot find it anywhere. I could find channels like Sports Grid. I found one channel that was Locked On Sports. For people that don't know, they've gotten big on podcasts in the last few years. Like basically there is a Locked On podcast or show for every professional team. And I see a Locked On channel. I'm like, what is this? Oh, they're getting on TV. BetMGM Network can't get anywhere, but we got a Locked On fantasy football show. Two random ass people. One guy looked like if you added 100 pounds to Herb Lawrence for people that know him. And then some other lady in the studio, just a radio studio. Like maybe she was done working and they were recording a lockdown show for fantasy football. I'm like, these people can get on TV. I can't find ESPN. I'm watching I'm watching Gabe Morency give live play-by-play of the Monday Night Football game. I can find people watching the game, reacting to it, but I can't watch the game. So I'm like, okay, well, this is such a strange scenario. Monday Night Football, we can't get it on TV. They probably put it on the ESPN app for free because they announced that they were going to put Game Day on there for free. Nope. Can't watch it on the app. Can't watch it on Fubo, even though they say you can watch ESPN. Of course, can't watch it on YouTube TV. I had enough. That was enough effort for me. It was too much. And it's literally my job to watch these games. And I was fed up, threw my hands up. I didn't give a damn anymore.
I went to the grocery store. I just didn't care. I don't care about Cowboys Cardinals, and I'm done pretending like I do. So I saw, as I was scrolling at the grocery store, I saw a tweet from a guy who I really respect in the space saying, if you ... pay for YouTube TV, pay for ESPN Plus, pay for Disney Plus, you cannot watch Monday Night Football tonight.
Correct.
How? How is that a thing? And I understand there are a lot of idiosyncrasies and a lot of situationals that do not help the cable companies and the providers and the channels and all that. I understand, but I certainly don't feel bad for any of these companies trying to nickel and dime each other and nickel and dime the consumers. I went back 5 years ago, YouTube TV costed $39. And now it costs $80, give or take, and you can't watch Monday Night Football. It's so wild because we all turned on cable. Well, not all of us, but a lot of us turned on cable in the last 5 years. And cable's just sitting there smoking a cigarette going, hey, remember me?
Still here.
Right here. Never left.
I have put stuff out there on social media in frustration over the last couple of days, and it's very strange to me. There's a segment of people out there that are quick to say, it's not YouTube TV's fault. It's not their fault. It's their fault. It's on Disney. It's on ESPN. Yeah, it's on them too. How about both? It's on both. And they're greedy. They're greedy pigs. I don't know what else to say. How else do you put it? Oh, like, no, ESPN sucks. YouTube TV rocks. Does it? How does it rock? Like you said, it was $35 before, and now it's into the 80s. And I get it that they're being charged more, but guess what? I don't feel sorry for them. They have, 10 million subscribers? They're making money. I'm not going to listen to the YouTube TV cry poor, okay? I'm not going to hear any of that. Pay what it costs. I'm surprised we got here, Sam. I thought it was going to be fixed. Okay, maybe we would miss college football games on Saturday, and that would push things forward. But I'm very surprised that we got to Monday night, and there was nothing done. And we still don't have it. And you know what? I don't give a damn. Why should I care? It's just enough, man. And I've complained about it with the local teams as well. I'm probably going to do something down that road. Last night, I finally remembered. I'm like, oh, idiot, cancel Marquee. I finally canceled Marquee. For that, I need to go through. I should add up all these stupid-ass subscriptions just to watch games. I'm not talking about websites or anything like that. But yeah, I didn't watch the game either. I did watch the highlights, the condensed version. Funny enough, so last night, talked about the scenario. Maybe some of you dealt with the same stuff. This morning, watch the condensed game. You know how? YouTube.com. Cardinals, Cowboys, condensed game, the highlights, they make it into a 15, 16-minute package. And I saw the game sped up this morning on YouTube, but could not watch it last night, hours before, on YouTube TV.
I looked at the box score this morning, and I saw that the Cowboys fumbled 4 times and lost 2 of those fumbles, also threw a pick. And I said to myself, oh, that's how the game stayed under. Because the Cowboys were eating popcorn on the sidelines, like Brucey in The Longest Yard, just like not doing anything to protect the football. I wish I had more for you, but I did not watch it, could not watch it. The Room, polarizing night for The Room because The Room loses another side. So NFL sides this past week go 1-4. but the room props go 5-0. So
They did?
Hallelujah. Every single prop they picked last night, check. 5-0.
So the under hits, and they hit every prop. I'm surprised by that. Okay.
So am I.
Yeah, when you dig into the box score a little bit, the yardage was about the same. Yards per play, the same. Like you mentioned, the difference was the turnovers. Arizona +3 in the turnover margin. Brissett looked pretty good again. And immediately after the game, Gannon's like, nope, Kyler's our guy. Nothing's changed. Apparently last night on the broadcast, Buck and Aikman were like, you've got to stick with Brissett. I know they had a 5-game losing streak coming into that one, but they were all one-score close games. We're talking 3-4 points. And now they finally break through and they win on the road as an underdog. And Paul's guy, Marvin Harrison Jr., career game so far, 7 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown. My McBride touchdown hit, that was +110. That one cashes. I believe it was +105 when we talked about it during the show. He was short on the completions by a couple, so I missed that one. Hit the McBride touchdown. So it was basically a wash for me. And, yeah, man, the only offensive touchdown by the Cowboys came in the fourth quarter by someone named Ryan Florney. Bad. Cardinals looked all right coming off the bye. But, yeah, things went their way with all the fumbles. That is certainly a fair point. Josh Sweat had a monster game as well. So Arizona wins over Dallas 27-17. I'm sure our guy Shane Irving was very pleased with that result. Trade deadlines today. We're getting some moves. There are some teams that are being very proactive, breaking. Howie Roseman's making moves. He made another one this morning. No, not this morning. That was another deal. But he's already added 3 players. He made a deal with Miami for Jalen Phillips the other day. You got a couple corners coming in. Michael Carter, Jair Alexander. That was done over the weekend. So the Philadelphia Eagles certainly active, which I find to be interesting. And then the question today, Sam, do names like Waddle go? Calvin Ridley. Apparently Brian Thomas Jr. is not going to be dealt. Same thing with Kayvon Thibodeau. But we'll see what happens with some of those bigger names. It's a matter of hours. So this afternoon, we hit the trade deadline.
I think it's crazy that you can pull up the odds board at BetMGM and look at the NFC title market, and you have 4 teams that are between 4-1 and +450. That's where we're at right now. Not exactly fair for the consumer either. I mean, you're not getting a fair price on any of those 4 teams. Like the Packers should not be 9-2 to win the NFC after a loss to the Panthers, but that's a different conversation for a different day. So the Rams are 4-1, Eagles are 4-1, Lions 450, Packers 450.
Wow. Maybe that's a conversation for today because we're certainly going to go over the team futures in a little bit, probably later this hour. But yeah, I mean, I understand your point about it being tough on the consumer, but there's also no favorite. So you'd rather have a 2-1 in there, and then we'd get hope we'd get a better number on some of these other ones. They don't know. They just don't know what's happening. I'm sure by you, Patriots fans they're thrilled with this, what they've done so far this season. They're thrilled that it looks like they have their franchise quarterback in Drake May. They have their head coach. Things are only going to continue to get better big picture wise, but they've got to be frustrated. Okay, for you to have a really successful year, you're going to have to take down guys like Allen, Mahomes, Lamar in the postseason. If they were in the NFC, and I'm sure a lot of AFC teams are feeling this way, if we're in the NFC, maybe we're the favorite to go to the Super Bowl. We could make a run like that, even though we might not be, quote, ready for all of that. So it's quite a difference between the two conferences at the top.
It may be a game of pin the tail on the donkey in the NFC. Just blindfold yourself and see where it lands. I don't even know where to start. I mean, I like the Eagles of the 4. I like the Eagles. I've said that. I've been not looking to count them out. In fact, I've bought them a couple times on the dip this year in a couple of different games, and it's worked out well. But at 4-1, I don't love the Eagles. I think of the 4, the Lions are still my favorite, but then the Lions lose to J.J. McCarthy, and you're like, okay. I've
But
never
if they
been a Packers guy.
But if they didn't lose to J.J. McCarthy, what's the number this morning? They're
They'd
the
be
favorite.
favored. They could be
Yeah.
plus 350.
Yeah, maybe shorter.
But this is what happens when the Lions lose and the Packers lose. The Rams absolutely ragdoll the Saints. Stafford throws 5 touchdown passes or whatever. And then the Eagles are off the bye, wheeling and dealing, but they're the champs. And then there's Seattle plus 650. We will, like you said, we'll talk a lot more about futures later on in the show, but I hate when the books do this. They don't know, so they take the money out of your pocket. You should not have 4 football teams between 4 and 450. That's just not fair. That's not the way it goes. The whole percentage is ridiculous for the house.
Yeah. I understand. But if you have a strong opinion on one of those teams, you're still buying Detroit. Maybe you could view this as being the dip. Because like we said, if they win, they're much shorter and they're the favorite for the conference. So you could also play it that way. But yeah, massive hold percentage. There's no doubt about that. And maybe I'd be interested in going outside of those top 4 in the NFC. It's wide open. It could be anybody that ends up making it, which we can talk about as well. Because you have teams that are in right now that I don't trust long-term, like San Francisco. They're in right now, and you can get a good price on them to miss the playoffs. And there's more bad injury news for them, which we can get into. Man, every single time they step on the field, they have a key injury to one of their defensive starters happen again. So we've got the trade deadline, and then the committee comes out from their hole. We get it tonight. College football. Oh, wait, we can't watch that either, can we?
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I personally don't think I'm going to lose any sleep about not watching the committee reveal show. I do think there's a really good chance they put Indiana on line 1 to create some chaos and clicks and vitriol. The first rankings do not matter. All that matters are the last rankings, but there's a good chance I'm being told they go Indiana 1 and Ohio State 2.
Yeah, I saw Bear on TV say that exact same thing. Like that was his hot take. Like, give us something. He's like, I think the committee's not putting Ohio State 1. That's what I think. They want to make some noise.
That's what they should do.
Yep.
Piss Ohio State off. That's what we should do. Piss off the Buckeyes. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Give them some bulletin board material. Joe O, Sammy P, our weekly Heisman watch on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Separation's certainly happening in the Heisman Trophy award race. We'll go over that and tell you where we're at. It does feel like, okay, we're finally getting a much shorter list as football is figuring things out and which quarterback's at the very top of the Heisman watch. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time till they tell us to stop showing up right here on the BetMGM network. And we have movement at the very top, Sam. I wouldn't say that playing Penn State nowadays is going to tip things in your favor, but maybe it did, or maybe just another week being marked off the calendar changed things a little bit. Julian Sayin, he's at the top all by himself. If you look at the BetMGM odds screen, he was plus 400 before the Saturday, and now he's plus 175. Julian Sayin, your favorite, at plus 175. Right there, Mendoza, plus 225. Simpson, plus 350. Clearly a top three with Ohio State, Indiana, Alabama all being represented. Little bit of a drop-off, but certainly still in the race. You've got Reed at plus 750 before we get to the numbers into the 20s. Guys like Stockton, Pavia, 30s, Chambliss. Those are viewed as your long shots right now. What is your big takeaway when it comes to these Heisman odds?
Sayin's March has been awesome to follow. I don't have any Sayin stock. I wish I did. In fact, before the season, he was in that 20-1 range, and I thought, nah, I'm good. And then they played Texas, and he completed 13 passes for 126 yards. Didn't look great, and I thought, And he floated out to about 50-1 or higher, depending on the book. And I never once thought, yes, let me buy that dip. We bought a couple dips. We bought the Ty Simpson dip. Did not even think about buying the Julian Sayin dip. And I think it's been fascinating to follow how they've taken the shackles off and they've allowed him to throw the ball down the field. Because early in the season, Ryan Day, I don't want to say didn't trust him, but didn't want to ruin his confidence by making him make difficult throws. That's gone. I mean, if you've watched the last few games against Wisconsin and Penn State, granted, those teams they're not good, especially Wisconsin, but he's taken the cover off the top of the defense. And that was one of the games that I could watch on Saturday, Ohio State, Penn State, because it was on Fox, not on a Disney channel. And he threw a 57-yard pass to Tate that, I mean, NFL quarterbacks, some of them can't make that throw that he made. And it was wild. I went and watched the clips of it on Sunday, and somebody had taken the audio of the sideline. And Ryan Day yells, "Got him!" And after he yelled, "Got him," Sayin just ripped the throw. And Tate splits the defenders and makes the catch. And it was like a 57-yard catch, I think. And I went, okay, that kid's good. And they trust him now. And why not? I mean, you have two of the best receivers in the country. You might as well let him throw it. And if that's going to be the case in the playoff again, they're going to be dangerous. But he leads the nation right now in quarterback rating. He's number one.
Yes, he does.
90.9. He's got 2,200 yards, 23 touchdowns, 3 picks. You know, I think the lazy argument is, well, you know, Joe and Sam could play quarterback at Ohio State and, you know, they'd be just fine. Maybe, but we can't throw the ball like that.
No.
He's an exceptional talent. He's a first-round pick with a bunch of other first-round picks. I don't know that he's the best player in the country. I don't think he's the most valuable player in the country. But if they go 12-0 and he leads in a bunch of categories, he might just win it by default.
Yeah, that's the difference now that he has the stat categories. You mentioned QBR, 90.9, ahead of Mayava, 90.3. Quarterback rating, number one also, 197.1, ahead of Mendoza, who's 185.2. So now he's got the stats. So if you don't have a piece of Sayin, that's worrisome. My takeaway is, if you are a Heisman voter, you better not send it in before the conference championships. You have to wait. Because look at the guys at the top. Look at how it is. Okay, we've got the two Big Ten quarterbacks that are, I'll say, likely to face off in the Big Ten championship game. That could decide it. Sayin versus Mendoza. Mendoza outplays him. Indiana wins. Maybe Mendoza ends up winning it. And then your third favorite, Simpson, good chance Alabama's in the SEC championship. And what if he has a better game than either Big Ten quarterback? Could be the move. And guess what? Look at the top four. These four might be playing in the Big Ten and SEC championship games. That's how I read it. I'm like, okay, is it going to be whoever has the best game for the championship, for the conference championships? I know those have been diminished a little bit, certainly with the 12-team playoff. It's just a little bit about seeding, but it doesn't mean that much more. All of these teams are going to be in the playoff, no doubt, between the Big Ten and SEC title games. And maybe it's going to help decide the Heisman, because that's how I view it, Sam. Top four guys right now, they're all the quarterbacks of the teams that would play at this moment in the two mega conferences. So I find that to be pretty interesting, right? Like it's going to be tough for somebody else to jump in for any of those spots. Indiana, Ohio State, Alabama, or Texas A&M.
I would not be going down the board at this point in time. This is an old sportsbook trick. This is what they try and pull on you. We can talk about it because I've talked about it for years with guys in this sportsbook. You have these four guys, and really it's a three-person race right now, I think. I don't think Marcel Reed's going to win the Heisman, although he's had a really special season. I just think A&M's going to slip up eventually, and that will cost them. With one loss, that'll knock Marcel Reed out, and I guess that's life. But when you have guys like Sayin, Mendoza, Simpson, you can push Reed out a little bit at plus 750, and then you just blow everybody way up higher. You blow Stockton to 20, Pavia to 25. Diego Pavia is not winning the Heisman. It's not happening. He was awful for three quarters, and then Texas went into prevent, and they scored a bunch of points, but they were down 34-10 in the fourth quarter and got that loss, that second loss, and it's over. He's not winning the Heisman. Then they float out Chambliss to 35, Smith to 40, Dante Moore to 40. Jeremiah Love is, of all the guys in that 20 to 50 range, I'm a little bit more intrigued by Jeremiah Love because, he could run for 150, 200 yards a game in these next few games and maybe pick up some steam, but after no quarterback last year, it just feels unlikely that a quarterback doesn't win it this year. And, I have the Sayin and Simpson back-to-back. Sayin has 2188 yards. Simpson has 2184. So really no difference there. Sayin has 23 touchdowns. Simpson has 20. Sayin 3 picks. Simpson 1 pick. But Alabama has better wins. I'm sorry. It's not even close. Alabama's beaten Georgia, Vandy, Mizzou, Tennessee. Ohio's best win is Texas. And how good was that win against a shell-shocked Arch Manning? I mean, what else has Ohio State done? So Ohio State has more weapons, and Ohio State's played nobody since week one. I think Ty Simpson's more valuable. You have to remember, Simpson didn't play last week. So nobody bet him. Nobody's betting Ty Simpson when Alabama had a bye week. But everybody's going to bet Sayin and Mendoza because their teams just played and cracked skull. So that explains the move. It doesn't necessarily mean that Sayin's better than Simpson. It's just, we just watched Sayin dominate Penn State. Granted, a depleted, energy-laden or no energy-laden Penn State team. Oh, yeah, I'll bet him. He just threw a bunch of touchdowns and threw for 300 yards. Same thing with Mendoza. They just pounded another team. Let me bet him. I don't know. It's going to be a fun race. I think you're right, though. I think whoever has the best conference championship Saturday is going to hold that trophy up in New York City.
Maybe you're a bigger fan of On3 because in their poll yesterday, they have Simpson number 1. Even though he didn't play, they put him number 1. They go Simpson, Sayin, Mendoza, Reed. I think everybody's got Reed fourth or fifth, somewhere there. It's really a Simpson, Sayin, Mendoza conversation, like you mentioned. And we brought up Kalshi last week, and here's how things changed there. They also have Sayin at the top. The prediction market there, 38% chance that Sayin wins. They put Mendoza 23%, Simpson 16%, Reed 8%. Drops off after that, obviously. One long shot, throw your way. I know it's a long shot for a reason. Just want to see if you think there's a path for him to be part of this conversation at the end. And maybe this person can play in their conference championship too. Haynes King. They lost over the weekend, but it wasn't his fault.
No.
He had over 500 total yards in the loss to NC State. 511 total yards, 4 total touchdowns in the game. It was Jautek's first loss of the season. He is now 100-1. If they're in the conference championship, if he puts up crazy numbers like this again, can he be in that top 4 conversation?
Definitely. And to Joe's point, bet the 100, not the 50, because there's a 50 at BetMGM. Go bet the 100. They're going to have to win out and then win the ACC championship. That's my gut feel at this point. So you got to beat Boston College, which you probably will. That's in a couple of weeks on the 15th. Then you got to play Pitt at home. Then you host Georgia. You got to win those 3 and then win the ACC championship. So I don't know if that's likely. I mean, against Georgia, they're going to be a dog for sure. I actually had the numbers up yesterday, and I forgot to bring this up. So Georgia and Georgia Tech, the gap is about 9 points on a neutral.
If he beats Georgia and then wins the ACC championship, whew.
I honestly think if you did a money line parlay rollover with Georgia Tech, you might get more money. Like if you were going to money line
Start it
parlay.
now?
Yeah, I mean, money line parlay them to beat Boston College, or money line bet them to beat Boston College, then money line them against Pitt, then money line them at Georgia, and then money line them in the ACC championship. I think I haven't done the math, but I mean, it's going to be up there for sure, especially with that Georgia win, because Georgia's going to be, a 6-point favorite or so. Yeah, I got to do the math on that. As I say that at 100-1, maybe not. At 50-1, I think you get better math.
Yeah, but even if I like your idea, because then you're removing all these other outside factors, right? Now it doesn't matter what Sayin does. It doesn't matter if Mendoza beats Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game.
That too.
Yeah, that's
because he has to win. He has to win all 4 games to win the Heisman. But even if he wins all 4 games, it might not be enough.
Right, just to have a chance. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a better deal. Yes.
I mean, they're gonna be like 3-1 to beat Georgia. So if you win the first 2 bets, then you take all that and you bet Georgia Tech money line at 3-1 to triple the odds. And then you bet them again in the ACC title game. Again, I'd have to do the math. I haven't done it. Be simple to do. Maybe I'll do it after the show today, and then we can talk about it tomorrow. It's all dollars.
Interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting because then you remove. Doesn't matter what Simpson does in the SEC championship game. Doesn't even matter. But outside of him. Like, we're looking for a path for somebody. I don't know who has a path, right? It seems to be these top 4 quarterbacks, and that's it.
Athletic straw poll, which I know you're a fan of. Mendoza, number 1. He got 15 first-place votes. Sayin got 3. Simpson got 3. King got 1. Love got 1. Pavia 1. David Bailey, linebacker at Texas Tech, got 1. Okay. So the total points in the straw poll, Mendoza 59, Sayin 31, Simpson 28, King and Love have 10.
This morning, who would you give your first place vote to?
I'd say Mendoza.
That was my answer. I agree.
And I don't want him to win. I want Simpson to win for obvious reasons.
Last 2 games. Indiana has outscored their opponents 111-16.
Hey, I have a question. Who's this year's Indiana?
This year's Indiana.
Indiana. All along.
Indiana.
All along.
Church.
The answer was Indiana.
Well, once Gertch put the kibosh on him, it became Indiana. Oh, it's Indiana. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a different team. It's just them. Again, unreal. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, NFL team futures, latest Super Bowl odds on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Sammy P will check in with Michael Felder in about 20 minutes. Always a strange, wild ride when Michael Felder pops on the show. We usually start the segment. He'll hop on as we're talking, and then we never know where it's going to go or what's going to be on his mind or what kind of a mood or story he's going to have to tell. So it'll be an interesting. Any guesses, Sam? What kind of a Felder we're going to get today?
Last time he was clammy, if I remember correctly. He was clammy because they had turned the heat on in the house and he wasn't prepared for it.
He said he couldn't talk.
Yeah, he was very clammed up. And I know the feeling. I mean, it's, when it's way too hot to think, I get it. You could just turn the heat down then. But I don't know.
It'll be something.
Yeah, it'll be something for sure. It'll be something.
A lot has changed since the last time we talked to Michael Felder, because that was a couple of weeks ago. Great day. All right, let's talk about some NFL team futures. You got to start with the Super Bowl odds. And there's been some movement here. And the interesting thing is Kansas City still favored. Buffalo, I know it's a one-score game, but they pretty much manhandled KC. They're not the favorite. It's still KC plus 550, Buffalo plus 600 over at BetMGM. And then you pointed out the NFC odds, how close they are. Well, it's the same thing in the Super Bowl. Third favorite, they decided to give Detroit, the LA Rams, the Philadelphia Eagles, all the same number at plus 850. And then Green Bay rounds things out inside the top 6 at 10-1. So you mentioned the NFC, and it's certainly a fair point, but everybody's jammed up here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that are between plus 550 and plus 850.
You said that there may be a team down the board in the NFC. Are you talking about your Bears at 50-1? Is that the bet?
Oh, no. I was not going to go there.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought maybe.
I just meant outside of those top 4 teams that you were discussing.
Okay, so not the Bears. So how about the Vikings at 50?
Ooh. I don't know.
Of the two, let's play that game. Of the two, BetMGM has them both 50-1. You get Chicago or Minnesota to lose in the first round.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's probably the path. Of the two, I prefer the Vikings, even though they're a game behind the Bears. How about you?
I don't trust the Bears defense, so it's difficult for me to even envision a world where they win multiple playoff games and get to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Many people would say, hey, but don't you trust the Bears quarterback more? Do you? Caleb versus McCarthy?
At this point, yes, I do. I mean, he made some incredible throws in that game, including the throw to Loveland, which was an absolute seed right down the middle. I mean, that was an incredible throw. And I don't pull any punches about the Bears and their fans, but that's a game under Matt Nagy, under Matt Eberflus, they just lose. They don't win that game. And I do think there's something to be said. Ben Johnson's a hardo, no doubt, but that team actually believes it can win close games. And that's been the issue in Chicago since we were kids, winning close games and stringing together wins in games that you have basically a coin flip chance in. I mean, look at the games that they've won this year and how close they've been. I mean, I don't remember the last time, and I didn't do the diligence on this, but the Bears have won games 1, 1, and 5. And the game they won by 5, they were down in the final minute. The Dick Duran Bears in 0-1, when Mike Brown was picking everything off and running it back. I mean, like, they don't, as a franchise, they don't exactly strike me as a team that you can trust to win close games. This year, they've done that, though. Aside from the week 1 game, which I still don't understand how McCarthy did that in the fourth quarter, scored 3 touchdowns on Monday night in Chicago. But they found ways to win against Vegas, against Washington, and against Cincinnati. and that is impressive. I'm being completely honest here. That is impressive. All the theatrics I can do without because you're beating up on bad teams. But I do think the quarterback has exceeded my expectations this year for sure.
They've taken multiple steps forward this season, but it doesn't mean they're going to go represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. You talked about those teams at the top four, basically the same odds: Rams, Eagles, Lions, Packers. I know we missed it. I know. But the fifth team is just as good as those other four. The fifth team is Seattle. For me, they're just as good. They're even with those other teams. When you look at the balance, the coaching, how they play on the road, I would, numbers-wise, obviously the market's not quite there. They're getting close, but they're just not quite there. I would put them with those other four. When you look at the top of the NFC, it's really 5 teams, and we're splitting hairs between them.
I really do trust Stafford in the playoffs. I know we're going to have Will Brinson on. He's been banging the Ram drum all season, and I have no Ram stock. I don't have any stock in the NFC that isn't San Francisco stock. And, of course, that was purchased in the summer when they were 10-1. This is before everybody got hurt. And now they're 12-1. So I'm like, all right, well, same as it ever was. San Francisco, injury, yet still winning games. And I do think there's a very real chance that I still get over 10.5 wins. But I don't think that team, given everything that's happened, is going to make a playoff run. I need 5 more wins. They're 6-3. I think I can get over 10.5, but unless they magically get all these bodies healthy, which they won't, obviously. You're not going to get Bosa and Warner, and Mikael Williams is out. Was that an ACL? Their rookie from Georgia?
Out for the year.
Yeah, so it's just like I don't understand. Like, this happens all the time in San Francisco. And it's never just their, like, third best linebacker or their fourth best pass rusher. It's always their best guys that are getting hurt. And except for McCaffrey, knock on wood, maybe he can make a run. If you made me go into a hat and pick one of those 4 teams at the top, Rams, Eagles, Lions, Packers, I would probably, close your eyes, pick a team. I would wish for the Rams, I think. I wish, please be Rams, please be Rams. Packers, damn it.
I don't want the Packers.
I never wanted the Packers.
Easier.
I never wanted the Packers.
That's an easier question, I think. Of the 4, you're picking out of the hat, which team do you not want to draw?
Green Bay, especially considering the news yesterday that Tucker Kraft is out for the season. He's got an injury. ACL, I believe.
Yes, correct. ACL, he's done for the year. Yeah, we've out for the season, man. It was rough yesterday. We talked a lot about the quarterbacks with Stroud, Jaden Daniels, those injuries. But there are some other guys. You mentioned Kraft and Williams, both out for the year. Monster one. Joe Alt.
Oof.
They say it's a high ankle. So I believe they said out for the season. But yeah, I mean, he probably is going to be. Yeah, season-ending ankle surgery for Joe Alt. So I'm glad.
Weird year, man. Weird injury.
I'm glad. I know. I'm glad you brought up San Francisco because I want to bring up the LA Chargers with this exact same market. I think now is the time. See if you agree. I know you have San Francisco stock. You're hoping they get some wins. But I was looking at missed the playoff market. So San Francisco has a terrific record. They're 6-3. They're the 6th seed at the moment. They are plus 365 to miss. And now you've got the Chargers. They're the 6th seed in the AFC with a 6-3 record as well. They're plus 225. Big price difference. Obviously, the easier conference, the NFC. Sam, I think both the Chargers and Niners end up missing. What do you think?
Wow. I'd rather bet the Chargers. I just look at this schedule San Francisco plays, and it is a joke. Now, you play the Rams, although Shanahan's been pretty good against McVay in his career. Not saying that the Niners are better, but it is a home game. Then you go
I remember
Arizona.
that Thursday game.
Go at Arizona, home against Carolina, at Cleveland, home against Tennessee, at the Colts, home against the Bears. Like, You don't play any
Yeah.
games where I look at that schedule and go, all right, that's a for sure loss. Of course, they could lose some of these games, but I look at their schedule and I don't see any surefire losses because you get the Rams and Seahawks at home. You can beat the Colts. You just can. And then Arizona, Carolina, Cleveland, Tennessee. I would much rather make the Charger
right.
bet to miss.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why you get the price. Huh. Around the same price is San Francisco to miss and San Francisco to win the West. Which one's more likely?
Probably to miss, to be honest. I think. I don't know. I'm so torn right now. That's a very good question because they're mathematically identical.
Mm-hmm.
Let me volley this at you too. I saw this. The Athletic has a playoff simulator where they compute the playoff chances for every team in the league. Here are the 3 top teams with a 94% chance to make the playoffs. Philadelphia Eagles. With a 95% chance to make the playoffs, the Buffalo Bills. And with a 97% chance to make the NFL playoffs, New England Patriots.
Oh my God.
97%.
Really? And they're a dog to win their division. So
And
those
they're
numbers are saying
minus
Yeah.
1,100 to make the playoffs right now at BetMGM.
That's shocking. You know what else? You pull up these playoff standings this morning. Chiefs are out. Chiefs are minus 500 to make the playoffs.
They're gonna make it. BetMGM has minus 625. I would not lay that because they are one injury away from not making it, and you know exactly who I'm talking about.
Uh-huh. Fascinating. Minus $6? Damn. Because they know nobody's going to bet them to miss. Like, how high do we have to make it? Somebody take this bet, please. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some college football. Michael Felder joins us on the other side. Also, we'll go over some awards next hour. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Got Bet Sweats with you on this Tuesday morning. We'll be talking some college football. Michael Felder coming up in just a few moments. We'll check in with him, how he feels about the Heisman. We shared our thoughts. Julian saying a big move on him. He's sitting there as the favorite quarterback of Ohio State. Those top 4 guys, quarterbacks that right now most likely to play in their conference championship game in the Big Ten and, of course, the SEC. And then not that we're upset that you can't watch it if you're a YouTube user, YouTube TV user, but we are waiting on tonight's first playoff reveal, just to give us an idea. I'm curious. I'm not going to go out of my way to try to find out everything that is said on that show, but we do want to see the first reveal and where they kind of slot these teams. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, now joining us, college football analyst, our buddy Michael Felder joins us every couple weeks here on the show. Michael, how you feeling this morning?
Man, honestly, I feel pretty good. I was in Atlanta this past weekend for a friend's 40th birthday party, and I kind of got my soul battery recharged.
How so?
Just seeing I don't see my friends I don't know about you guys, but I don't see my friends. I don't see them very often. We've all got kids. Some people have moved away, but I don't get to see them as often as I would like to, and I just got to see people that I've known since middle school. We went to the birthday boy we went to McClintock Middle School. We went to East Meck High School. We went to UNC together. We've been boys for life, dog, for real. When you're a dog for life. It's like that. So it's very cool to just have a chance to do that.
Yeah, it's now, my kids are older than yours, but it's are the people that you hang out with all the time at this point in your life, maybe it starts because their parents are friends of your kids, the kids are friends, but then you become close friends. Are those your friends now, or
they're not my no.
With
they're not my friends. I hang out with them. I have to hang out with them
all the time.
I have to be around them. There's a difference.
You don't make plans on your own with them.
No, I've actually made a conscious effort to connect the dads in the group.
Yeah.
To make so that the wives don't have to do all of that, the emotional labor. So I have made a conscious effort to do that. But those are not my friends. Those are my kids' friends' parents that it's easier for me to put together a hang if I put together a hang that at least we had my daughter had a birthday party last year, right? Her birthday's around the Masters time. We had 75 people at our house. It's insane.
Damn.
Bounce house, pizzas, blah, blah, blah. But we had the Masters on inside. And I was talking to the dads and I was like, I'll just have the Masters on. And I was like, okay. And they're like, oh, I'll go. Otherwise, it would have just been a mom fest.
Yeah.
But the dads came. So I work on that. But those are not my friends. Those are my kids' friends' parents. That's a different thing. I went and saw my friends.
We'll see. We'll see about that, Michael. We'll see, because there's going to be a day you start doing vacations together.
Oh, we've already gone to the mountains. We already have.
And you're not friends?
It's my wife's friends, because their kids are friends with my daughter. Yes, we're going to the mountains with a family. We went to the mountains with a family. We're going to the beach with the same family. And I think we're going to go to the beach another time with another family. So yes, that's can we just talk about football, man?
I'm ready.
I've been ready. I've been ready to ask this question for the last 90 seconds. If you had to pick one friend, you could only pick one to watch the rest of the regular season in college football, which friend or team are you picking?
Team? Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the Hoosiers, dog. Kurt Signetti is ruthless. And it's crazy to watch an older brother watch his younger brother run for 50 yards and the older brother is like laughing at your team. Sorry, Maryland. I feel bad for you, Terps, but Fernando is watching Alberto, and he's like, "Yo, look at my brother cook." And
you think they're going to be the 1 seed tonight?
I don't know. I think Ohio State will still be the 1 seed, but I think Indiana certainly deserves, based upon what they've done, winning at Oregon and putting up, winning by 50 something against Illinois and winning again by 40, and like they just keep doing numbers. I think Indiana absolutely deserves some consideration.
What happened? What you got?
I think my daughter's shoes just got here. I had to do a Nike return.
Oh, okay. I thought you saw a rabbit and you were ready to pounce.
No. It's a FedEx truck just stopped outside of my house. Sorry.
All day. Yeah.
But no, I love Indiana. I think that they are incredibly talented, incredibly good. I think that the biggest thing that my takeaway from the weekend, Indiana just still going out and getting it. Georgia Tech taking that L. Like if I would have let me ask, if I would have told you that Haynes King would throw for over 400, run for over 100, you'd be like, "Oh, this is a blowout." Wrong.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier to Sam. I was like, it's not his fault they lost. Like, he should still be in the Heisman race with these other guys that are probably going to be in the Big Ten and SEC championship games, right? Yeah. But I don't know. The Big Ten and SEC is just viewed on a different level, that even if they do win out, including a win against Georgia in the last week and the conference championship, I don't know that he's going to be able to enter the conversation with Mendoza, Say, and Simpson.
And that's the part that's going to be, it's hard because there's obviously, I'm not going to say lack of respect, but I think that when you look at the ACC standings, now we're looking at, what are there, 5 one-loss teams? And then obviously Virginia is still undefeated based on what, a tackle at the 1.5 yard line against UNC. So it's going to be wild how this all finishes out. And that does help determine, who goes to New York. Do you guys have the Heisman odds? Are they up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Saying's favored.
Yep.
All right. Read
Mendoza,
it. Saying.
Simpson and then Reed.
I think Kurt Cignetti wants to make sure that they get Mendoza to New York City. Mm-hmm. I think it's important to him, and I think it's important to him on multiple levels, where it's maybe he doesn't win the Heisman. Of course. That's fine. But to say that Indiana will have back-to-back double-digit win seasons and be in back-to-back playoffs, and now a guy go to New York City for the Heisman, I think that's what he's working on. That's why he plays 3/4 of football, and they get him in, and then they get him out in the 4th. But that's why they run the score up and they play hard football. And can I just say that their defense, we have not talked enough about it, but their defense is amazing.
With Michael Felder, talking some college ball with you here on Bet Sweats. That brings us to this weekend. Indiana is favored by 14.5 at Penn State. What do you think?
Yeah. They're
easy. You're going to cover?
Yeah. What? Hang on. Let me hang. Look, I'm pulling.
Oh boy.
I don't have the calculator right now.
Wait, where's the calculator?
It's right here. It's still here. Don't worry. It didn't go.
Oh.
Solar power.
I just didn't need it for
this.
You
don't have it.
I don't have it. Bam, right there.
It's right there. No, I was looking for the over-under, 48.5. Okay. I think Indiana puts 50 points on this team.
50.
Oh, man. For the third straight week. Is there going to be a game in the regular season they do not score 50?
Looking at their schedule, maybe the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah. Are you just saying this to say this, or should I actually bet over 49.5?
I would go over for sure. I think Indiana is good for 40 points, at least.
You just said 50.
I think they're going to score 50. I said they're good for 40 points at least, and they'll probably give a touchdown or a couple field goals. Do you know do you know the best stat for Indiana? I'm being serious. Do you know the best stat for Indiana?
No.
So it is. I'm pulling it up right now because I know it changed over the weekend, but red zone. Where's the red zone? Red zone. The best stat for Indiana is their red zone stats. And yes, do they give up 80? It was like 80 last week when I wrote about it. It was 80%, right? It was 80% of red zone conversions were made against Indiana, that's not good, right? That doesn't sound good. But then what you have to do is you have to look at the red zone attempts. This team has played 9 games. Do you know how many times in 9 games the opponent has been in the red zone against Indiana?
7.
13. In 9 games, opponents have been to the red zone at 13 times. They've scored 10. Yeah, when you get to the red zone against Indiana, you're going to score. And it's 8 field goals to 2 touchdowns in the red zone. That's the number that I'm looking for. That's the number that I look at. You have to get to the red zone to score. They make you play so many third downs. They make you have to convert third downs, fourth downs to get there. Like, sure, I don't care. The numbers come down a little bit, but it's like 77. You can score 77% of the time you get in the red zone against Indiana. But, buddy, 13 times? 13 over 9? That's, you know what? I'll do it. 13 over 9 games. That's 1.4 red zone attempts a game. 1.4 a game. What's wrong, Joe? What's crazy about that? The calculator part?
Yes, that you needed the calculator to tell us it was less than 1.5 times.
Listen, I want to make sure I'm right, okay?
Hey, you did come correct. I'll give you that. We got a couple minutes left. This is probably a 5-minute answer, but we only have 3 minutes. Why does this keep happening to Miami? Why?
Because they're not good. What do you mean?
No, they're talented. It's not a talent.
I didn't say they weren't talented. I said they're not good. Those are 2 different things. They're not good.
You put it on the coach?
Good. I put it on the coach. Yeah. They're not a well-coached, disciplined football team. So they make mistakes. And the play calling feels completely like discombobulated to me. I don't understand what the goal is with. They don't set stuff up to get things done. It feels like they're just like, I don't know, let's do this. Let's try. And so that's the part for me that I struggle with watching them. I've never believed in Miami for this entire season. You guys know that. And we're watching it right now. So the Louisville loss, SMU, like you are who you are, right? You are who what did he Green say? Like, you are who your record says you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are who your record says you are. Like, and they had him and they let him off the hook. And it just, to get to, what were they? Number 2, number 3 in the country. And then to just like, it's like watching a toddler. Like, you feel like, yeah, oh my God, you're doing it. You're walking. And then they just slam their head into the coffee table. And, oh no, you still need a lot of practice at this.
Yeah. We got about a minute left. Things could very well change in the Big 12 with this Texas Tech BYU matchup. Texas Tech, they lose again. They might be out of the playoff here. They are a 10-point favorite against the team in first place in the conference, BYU.
Yeah.
What do you think happens?
I'm betting on the Mormons, dude.
Yeah?
I'm going Mormons. What's the number?
10.
10.5. I'm seeing 9.5. 10? Okay. I'm betting on them. They are sneaky. They are good. They are, by the way, as someone I played with some guys who were out there, like played against BYU. They're mean, like the meanest team in the country. So, and I worked with some guys that played at BYU, and they're like, yeah, we absolutely are mean. So I'm going to go. I know they have to go to Lubbock, but I'm going to go with BYU there. I take the money line BYU.
Thank you, Michael Felder. We'll talk soon, all right?
Yes, sir.
At In the Bleachers over on social media. You can find him there on X. Great content. Check out his Substack as well. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. We'll talk NFL awards movement next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hang on. 13 divided by 9. 1.4. There it is.
1 point something.
You knew it. Less than 1.5, but it's not that much less. Like 1.4. We know, Michael.
My
Appreciate
favorite
it.
part of that whole thing was when we told him the total was 50 or 49 and a half. And he goes, oh, they're going to score 50. And then he walked it back a little and said, well, 40. And then I said, should I bet the over? And he eventually said, well, they'll get 40, and then the other team will get a touchdown or a couple field goals.
That's not an over.
And I'm like, that's 47 or 46 or 49. That's not 50. So I always enjoy math.
It was funny.
It's very funny.
Very funny. But he was saying, I think what he was trying to say, the floor is 40, but I'm calling 50. So maybe the over. Listen, if the floor is 40, let's bet on them to cover. He was going on and on about how great the defense is, right? Like they're going to cover. He's not saying over. He's saying Indiana covers the 14.5, which is now 15 and a half this morning.
Did you notice yesterday that they did come in and bet some 16? That's where the number got to yesterday. And then it got shoved back a little bit. Shoved is maybe the wrong word because a shove would be to get it to 14. But there were multiple books yesterday that got out to 16. Indiana favored by 16. And when it hit 16, boom, boom, boom. So this obviously has a lot of room to move over the next 5 days or so. I don't think we're going to ever get back to 14 because there's going to be that appetite for people to bet Indiana. I mean, the Sharps will definitely lay 14 because there's safety there. If you win 28-14, 35-21, you're protected by 14. You're going to push. You can't lose on 14. I don't know how they're going to feel about the 15 and the 15 and a half, though. Like, we'll see. Because there was that support for Penn State. As bad as Penn State is, catching north of 14 at home is a lot in the Big Ten. It just is. Doesn't mean that I like Penn State. I'm not even saying bet it, but that's what the market told us. They got from 14 to 16, and then 16 saw some resistance.
Man, the market is also saying that Texas Tech is significantly better than the Mormons. That's a lot at 10.
So we saw this last week with Utah-Cincinnati. Very similar situation. And Utah beat the brains out of Cincinnati. 45-14 or something like that. And that was a game that opened 7.5, got out to 10. And Cincinnati was a very public dog. Very, very public dog. 45-14, Utah wins. So when they give you a lot of points with teams that have 1-2 losses or no losses, they're taking a stand with a number. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to get blown out, but there's a reason you're catching 10 with BYU. And they're 8-0. They have not lost a game yet, and you're catching 10.
These are the games that are going to get the larger handle, the ones that we're talking about right now. Texas A&M, Missouri, that's a good one. You got a couple of ranked teams, I guess impactful. LSU, Bama, too. Even though you have a coach fired in that situation, you're going to Tuscaloosa. You're talking about double digits. Another one that's 10. It's going to be interesting to see if we get some of these double-digit dogs in the room, like BYU, maybe even LSU because the number's 10, going to Alabama coming off the bye. Some better matchups than I thought at first glance, even though, yeah, it's disappointing with LSU, with Penn State. Because we live in the point spread world, these matchups will at least still be interesting to us.
And here are the games you might not be able to watch this weekend if we don't get this whole cable thing figured out. YouTube TV, whatever. BYU, Texas Tech. That's on ABC. Texas A&M, Mizzou, ABC. Auburn, Vanderbilt. Wake Forest, Virginia, not the greatest game. Cal, Louisville, LSU, Bama. Can't watch any of those games if they don't figure this out.
So I'm looking at the night window, for example. Of the ranked teams at night, at 6:30 Central, you've got Wake, Virginia, Cal, Louisville, LSU, Bama, Navy, Notre Dame. For me, right now, the only game I can watch is Navy, Notre Dame. Wake, Virginia, ESPN. Cal, Louisville, ESPN2. LSU, Alabama, ABC. It's like we're going back to the 70s. You get to watch one game. What are you going to do? We don't have cable. Which one are you going to pick? The one on CBS or the one on NBC? Like, what are you going to do here? Before that, if we go to the late afternoon window, my only option is Oregon, Iowa.
That's
Yep,
Fox,
that's it.
right? Is that a Fox game?
That's CBS. CBS.
Oh, CBS. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, SEC Network. Wait, SEC Network's affiliated with ESPN, right?
You cannot watch the SEC Network. Nope.
I'm getting one game per time slot.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. You don't
Hold
have
on.
a
Hold
choice
on.
in the matter.
Do the math. Pull out the calculator. How many games per slot?
Okay, early. All right. Oh no, I get one. I get
You
one
get
early
Indiana,
too,
Penn
because-
State. That's it.
Yeah, whatever they put on Fox here. It's not going to be Northwestern USC, right? Or will it be? No, they're going to
I'm
put on
pretty
that
sure-
stupid end.
I'm pretty sure Indiana, Penn State is the Fox game this week. I'm
Okay.
almost positive.
No, you're right. I forgot that Northwestern plays Friday. So we get both, I guess. I was looking at the top of the schedule. You're right. That's the Fox game, and there's a BTN game, but on who's watching Ohio State Purdue?
Not me.
Dude, this is brutal. Again, the best games are all on ESPN, ABC. They got to get this figured out.
If you had to pick a window, let's play this game. If you had to pick a window, your wife says, all right, you get 4 hours. You can go to the bar. Which window are you picking?
The early window.
The first one. Yep. Because you get Indiana,
Yeah.
Penn State, you get Georgia, you get BYU, Tech. I would agree with that. And you get Ohio State. I mean, you get to at least watch Ohio State and Georgia, even though they're going to kill these teams. You get a top 10 matchup, and you get Indiana. Well, might not be the best games, but you're going to see the best teams. You get Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, BYU, Tech. You get 5 really good teams in that window.
We've got 7 ranked teams on bye this week. Texas, Oklahoma, Georgia Tech, Tennessee, Michigan, Cincinnati, Utah. And here we are in this scenario. I don't know. You think this could go all year? The rest of the season?
I hope not, but what do I know? I mean, have you seen, by the way, the flight situation? Like these flights with the shutdown, like flights are being delayed 4 or 5 hours or canceled.
No. What's going on there? Because I never fly. You fly a good amount, so I don't even look at that.
Well, I haven't flown in a while. I've actually been pretty stationary. I did fly back to Chicago for that wedding, but because of the government shutdown, like air traffic controllers just aren't showing up to work. And planes are having weird landings and things are not going right. And the delays are crazy. So I train into New York every Wednesday. Everybody knows that by this point. If you're listening to the show for the first time, I'll make it very short and sweet. I take a train from Boston to New York every Wednesday at 1 o'clock, and then a train back on Thursday from 4 to about 8. Jeff and Bear fly. Bear flies to wherever Big Noon Kickoff is, and then Jeff goes back to Charlotte. Last week, they both got delayed, and then Bear eventually got canceled inside the plane. So then had to go back to New York and get a hotel room and all that, because he flies, I believe, out of Newark. And then Jeff was in the lounge for like 4 or 5 hours. There's not enough air traffic people. I mean, the people just aren't showing up to work. And the delays, I mean, it's been all over the news. My dad was calling me about it today. He's like, I don't know if we're going to make it this weekend. It's like, okay, be nice to see you, but I get it. So, yeah, I mean, like airports are just like delayed and clogged and people are sleeping in the in the terminals, and flights are not getting out, and it's bad, man. It's bad.
I do my best to avoid the news because I've got enough bad news in my life. I don't need more.
I agree. I like to pick and choose the amount of news that I watch. Yes, I agree.
I've got to be in the right mode. But maybe now the news channels are all that's going to be left.
Nope, they'll take those away too. Sorry.
Yeah.
All you get is Nickelodeon.
Oh, that'd be funny if they did. They would take away certain channels. Well, because that channel leans this way. Let's take that away. That's
Here's an
kinda
idea.
weird.
If we need to fill time at any point this week, we do have some
Mm-hmm.
pretty good ideas, I would think. And we got a couple other posts yesterday about how they appreciate our segments and our creativity. If we were going to do a draft of channels that you get, like you each get 5 channels, and Joe flips a coin, says heads, lands on heads. You get the first pick of the draft, and you can take any TV channel you want. And then I have to go second, and then you go third, and I go fourth. Like, how would you do a television channel draft, all things considered? I'm assuming we're going to take mostly sports channels, but maybe you want Comedy Central. Maybe you want MTV. Well, no, nobody watches MTV anymore. But that would be interesting. Like, I'd be curious to see how many sports channels go off the board before we get to a non-sports channel.
Spice.
With the first pick in the Bet Sweats television draft, Sammy P selects BET. You know, like, imagine the fallout if I take BET.
Yeah, it'd be good. Well, there would be probably old school channels. Okay, channels when you were in your teens, 20s, and then channels now, which would probably be very, very different. Programming, too, but also maturity would certainly be part of it. Jake, you had a draft yesterday, right? Jake had a draft, I think.
What kind of draft?
No?
I'm pretty sure it was a fever dream, but yeah.
What?
On the afternoon show. They had a long draft.
What kind of draft?
Jake, fill us in. You were on part of it.
Yeah, it was a draft following Game 7 of the World Series. It was a draft of best games of all time. Playoffs, otherwise, whatever. Best games of your lifetime, I guess.
What did you pick? What made it to you?
I went Game 7 of the last World Series, 2025 World Series. Recency bias, but I don't care. I actually think that's one of the best games I've ever seen. 2018 Football National Championship, Alabama, Georgia. What else?
That's a good one.
I don't. 2011 World Series Game 6. And what was my last one? Again, fever dream. 2016, but like others that were in there, 2016 finals went, 28-3 Super Bowl went, stuff like that.
Mine would probably be Game 2 of the 05 World Series when they brought in Chad Qualls and Konerko corked one on the first pitch, hit a grand slam, and then I got goosebumps just thinking about it. And then Pods hits the walk-off, and the White Sox win Game 2 against Houston.
It's hard to separate the ones. Like if you're lucky enough to be there and you're at an all-time game, it's hard to separate those two. But yeah, I mean, there's Jordan games that if you're old enough to remember watching that, I don't know that you could not go there. Top of the list for me, I would go the Kerry Wood 20 strikeouts.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
98?
Yeah.
98?
Yeah, I can see Astros. Derek Bell was the last out.
I always remember Derek Bell swinging out of his shoes a million times.
Bad. It was so bad. Yeah. There's a handful of games that you remember where exactly you were, like where you were in front of the TV. Like that's one for me. I refused to go into work. I was late for work and I didn't care. Like, oh, well, I'm not. My mom's yelling at me. You got to go to work. I'm not leaving. I don't care. I'm watching this game. They'll understand when I get there. One of my managers did, one did not. Chris, she was such a bee. But Steve totally understood. He's a Cubs fan. He couldn't believe it either. They were listening in the kitchen on the radio. But,
Steve Bartman?
Yeah. No, not Steve Bartman. My wife's friend worked with Steve Bartman, though, after the fact. Boy, he would like hide out in the corner, not talk to anybody. You can understand why. And it was strange because according to the news, like nobody knew where he was. Nobody could see him anywhere. I'm like, Dawn's friend sees him every day at work, but he doesn't talk to anybody. He hides away in his cubicle in the corner. And like nobody's allowed to even say that he's there. It was a very strange situation. Anyways. Joe, Sammy P, we're going to keep things rolling. We never got to awards. We'll do that. We'll also talk some college football futures coming up on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll do awards top of the hour. Let's talk some college football futures. We were going over some of the big games for the weekend here, Sam. And if you start to look at these conference numbers, many of them wide open. But let's start with, of course, the championship. No surprise, it's Ohio State. We don't know if they're going to be the 1 or the 2 seed in the early on, the first reveal of the college football playoff rankings, which will come out tonight. But you've got 2 Big Ten teams at the very top. It's Ohio State, 2-1 over at BetMGM. And your 5-1 team is Indiana. Before we get to the SEC, we've got Alabama as a third favorite at 7-1. And then it really gets bunched up with Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas A&M, and you could even throw Georgia in there, all between 10 and 13-1 for the title.
It's very difficult for me to sit here on a betting show and tell people to take the favorite. Very difficult. I mean, Ohio State's the best team, though. And I think they're 4.5, 5 points better than Indiana. Like, if those two teams played on a neutral, that would be my number. And maybe I'm a little high there, but I could also be a little low. I had somebody tell me it should be 7. I think 7's high. I'm more in that 4.5, 5 range. But Ohio State's the best team and the highest power-rated team. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to win. At 2-1, though, like, you could pick that yourself. Your 8-year-old could tell you Ohio State's going to win the title. Like, you don't need that from me. Of the teams 2, 3, 4, and 5, Indiana, Bama, Oregon, Notre Dame, I would take Bama. I think their roster prevents or lost my train of thought there for a second. Provides the biggest challenge for Ohio State because of their quarterback. I just think he's an NFL caliber quarterback, and they have weapons obviously all over the field, and they have, I think, a better defense than a lot of people realize. So I would go Bama at 7 or 8-1. Some people would say Indiana, others would say Oregon, some would say Notre Dame. If it's not Ohio State, who is it? Who would your first pick be?
Yeah, it's tough. As we talk about this, I'm starting to think about what the reaction is going to be tomorrow. And I know a lot of people will say, oh, it doesn't matter. Who cares what the committee does? I'm interested in it because I want to see how they kind of order this thing. And then which teams are in for now, which teams are out, upcoming schedules. I think it's a fun conversation. As we wait on this and we're looking at these odds and we see Ohio State, Indiana 1 and 2. And so it's going to be 1 and 2, we would think, in some order tonight, which, again, it doesn't mean much, but I'm thinking down the road. So if these two teams play in the Big Ten championship game, obviously someone's losing. If they're both undefeated going into that game, it's a close game. How much are they going to drop the loser? Do they want Indiana and Ohio State on different sides of the bracket, or do they want them on the same side of the bracket? If it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, do they want them to meet in the championship game after playing in the Big Ten title game? I'm kind of thinking not.
I don't think they would want that to be the championship. I think they would make sure that that's not possible. That's my personal prediction.
Agree.
With no inside information on that at all. I think you want to see the matchup again, but not for the national championship, would be my guess.
I'm laughing because I'm looking at the screen and it says college football.
Oh, well.
Who cares?
I like it. I actually think we should leave it.
I think I prefer football to football.
Spooderman.
So good. Called one of my kids Spooderman last night. To answer your question, man, so my point of bringing that up was I think Indiana, if you're going to take Indiana and it's not Ohio State, they're probably going to have to beat Ohio State and then probably take out the best team that is still alive in the SEC, which there's a decent chance it's Alabama. So you might have to beat both. It'd be tough there. I would probably go SEC. Right now, I would look to Alabama, but it depends who else is still alive.
Can't stop thinking.
No, go back
football.
to football. Go back to football.
They're not going to go back to football. My question is, did Paul spell football wrong or did Gert spell it wrong? That's what I need to know. We need the IT.
I checked the rundown. Yeah, that's on me. I spelled it wrong in the rundown. So
Okay,
that's
fine.
bad job by me.
That's
and
No, it's good. It's good.
Is it?
We
Football
need
for
moments
everyone.
like this. Moments like this will get us through the next 2 months. So I have
2 months.
I have no concerns. 2 months? 7 weeks?
54 days. 54 days.
Not that we're keeping track.
Oh, man. Okay, so Big Ten. Will it be Indiana, Ohio State, or is there another path? The other path is Michigan wins out, which means taking down Ohio State in the game, right? And then you get Michigan, Indiana. That's really the only other path, it seems like, because I don't see Indiana or Ohio State losing to anybody else. Do you?
Well, if Ohio State and Indiana both lost, there would be a path potentially for Oregon. But I look at the board, and I mean, the board tells you everything you need to know. Oregon and Michigan at BetMGM are 25-1. So,
yes.
Do you really want to bet that?
Nope.
They want you to bet it. They want you to.
I want to see this game. So, I don't think it's going to happen anyways. It is much more likely elsewhere. So, if we go to the SEC, Texas A&M and Alabama, both undefeated in conference. So the one-loss teams, you've got Ole Miss, you have Georgia, and then Texas, who gets Texas A&M. So how about that? What do you think the chances are that Texas can sneak in? They are 11-1 over at BetMGM. 11-1, same odds as Ole Miss. They are fourth favorite behind Bama, Texas A&M, and Georgia.
They obviously need some help. And they're going to have to go to Athens and beat Georgia. If that doesn't happen, they will not get in. But that number is going to be sub 7. It's going to be like, I would guess 5.5 or 6. So it's a one spread game or one score game via the spread, rather. Their defense has speed, man. We talked about this yesterday with Shea. It's not their defense. The question is, can their offense sort of rise to the challenge? They got to beat Georgia. And they got to beat A&M. I just don't know that they have the offensive consistency to do that. That said, I think the bet to make on Texas is to make the playoff. Like that to me is very interesting. The yes is about 2-1. If they win one of those two, I think they're in. And I don't know which one is more important. Whether you beat Georgia, I don't know. What's better, beating Georgia on the road or knocking off an undefeated A&M? I don't know. I mean, the committee will have to figure this out. That's their job, not mine. At 9-3, they'd go under the win total, 9.5, but they could get in at 9-3 with one of those wins.
Yeah, there are not a lot of teams that could get in at 9-3. Texas is on that very short list.
Yep.
They could get in. They would want them in. So, unfortunately for our listener that bet Houston on a long shot, they lose over the weekend to West Virginia by 10. So, it looks like that dream of a long shot with Houston is dead. Big 12 is going to get a shakeup here. This is interesting. I do wonder, is there anything to do now before the BYU-Texas Tech game? So, you've got BYU, 0 conference losses. They're the second favorite, plus 450. And then Texas Tech, Cincinnati, each with 1 loss. Texas Tech, the favorite, minus 200. Cincinnati's 10-1. And then you get to all these 2-loss teams, Houston, Utah, ASU, and TCU. I mean, what about Cincinnati? Do they have a chance there with 1 loss or what? Because obviously a loss is going to be handed out between Texas Tech and BYU this weekend.
They have a chance for sure, but it's very difficult for me to get to Cincinnati after watching them just get pummeled in Salt Lake City. Just absolutely pummeled. Utah, of the teams with 1 to 2 losses, maybe Utah. I mean, Utah has the third shortest odds right now. And if you look at the conference standings, they're in 5th. So that's always interesting too. We talk about when bookmakers push odds up. Well, conversely, when a team in 5th place has the third shortest odds. What does that tell you? They believe in Utah.
If I'm Utah or one of these other teams, are you rooting for BYU or Texas Tech? I'm rooting for BYU. Okay, fine.
Yes.
You get one of the spots, and we're going to try and steal the other one.
Yeah, Utah lost to Texas Tech.
I'm not so sure about that. I think you're rooting for Texas Tech. I think you want to eliminate everyone else. I think you want BYU to take an L here. I think you want Cincy to take another L, and then BYU and Cincy play each other, so someone there is guaranteed an L. I think you want Texas Tech this week, because then if it's muddled with one-win teams, you can't get one-loss teams rather. You can't get in.
Yeah,
and you've got all these teams going for one spot instead of two.
Right. Exactly. I could be wrong. Feel free to poke holes in that, but that was my initial
I asked
reaction.
the question. I wasn't sure. I think you could go either way on that one. And then we've got the ACC. Is Virginia good? Let's start there. I don't know.
Fourth best odds. Fourth.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That tells the story.
Yep. Georgia
Market
Tech,
doesn't believe
then
in
Duke, then Louisville, then Virginia.
What's the bet?
Sorry. Never mind. The odds.
No.
On the
No.
screen.
You're going to laugh about
Please
Miami? He's going to laugh about Miami. Go ahead.
No, I just think our odds on the side, which is not on.
Oh, yeah, those are definitely wrong. Yeah.
They've combined the ACC and the AAC, I think.
North Texas.
Is that basketball?
Oh, I don't even know.
I think we've combined the AAC and the ACC into a mega conference.
That's what I was laughing about.
Can we go
That's
back to
football? That's football for you.
That is football, 100%.
I don't know what the
about
hell's going to
UVA.
happen in this conference. Man, bad. Woo. All right. More football coming up. We'll go to the NFL side, talk about some of these awards. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, another hour to go. We're hanging out with you. This is Bet Sweats on a Tuesday morning. Go over some NFL awards coming up. A Survivor first look. Oh, I should turn my video. A Survivor first look. Once I saw the Sam smirk, I'm like, oh, he's laughing at something. And then I looked up. Oh, yeah, your video's not on. Who cares? All right, lightning bets as well later on this hour. Did you know? I'm sure you've seen in the Twix bars that they've been doing this for a couple of years now. They have what they call the left and the right, and I never even cared to try and find out what the difference was. Have you noticed this with Twix? Is a marketing campaign. They have left ones and they have left bars. Well, apparently we're two brothers that were split at some point in their lives.
I did not know this. No.
You didn't know this? Okay. No. I was informed the other day. I don't even know if it's true. So if you look at these mini Twix bars, a lot of them are handed out on Halloween. They have L or they have R. I see mostly L. The L's have more caramel, apparently, and the R's are more cookie. Thought you should know that. I don't know why, because it came to mind because I just went up to my son's room and stole some candy.
I was going to say, you just pound some L's on the way down or what?
I took one. I just took one mini one. But I was like, oh yeah, I forgot the L's have more caramel. I think. I don't even know if that's true. I'd have to look that up. Anyway,
how much candy do you eat from your kids' stash on Halloween?
I've not taken any of the amount of people that are giving out these full-size candy bars. It's insane. It's nuts.
In this economy? Really?
Yeah, I don't take any of those. I just like small ones, like the small Reese's, Twix, whatever. I did steal a Three Musketeers yesterday. I mean, if you add it all, it feels like it's not bad at the time. Like, oh, I'm just taking something really small. And then but if you go to the room like 5 times throughout the day, it ends up being a lot, probably. Yeah. If you were to add it up.
Yeah, you just keep reloading. Hit me.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I picture Gertch when we get off the show. I picture Gertch like laying on the couch wearing sunglasses, just pounding Almond Joys. Like that's what I envision when I think about Gertch's post-show activities. He loves the Almond Joys.
Of all the candies in the world, how is that the one that you pick? I don't understand. Gertch is he's unique. That's what they told him growing up. You're unique, Gertch. You are. Could you imagine going to the door as a kid and then you just see Gertch like towering over you? I'd be scared.
Passing out Almond Joys. I'd egg his house. I'd go back and egg his house for sure.
He's not passing them out. He's keeping them for himself. He's not passing out any Almond Joys.
That's true.
Yeah. Man. Probably a onesie skeleton outfit for Gertch.
Yeah, with the black suit with the white bones.
Yes. Glow in the dark. There's no doubt about it. All right, NFL awards. Well, this was one of the angles we did not talk about with the result of Kansas City Buffalo. We knew the winner of that game was going to make a big jump and take over as the favorite because it was really close between Mahomes and Allen prior to that matchup. But Allen jumps out in front and Mahomes takes a step back. Mahomes has almost the same odds as Drake May now. So it's Allen plus 180, best price I see. Mahomes plus 430. Drake May plus 450 right there. And a name that you mentioned earlier, Matthew Stafford, in this conversation all of a sudden. I was not thinking him because a couple weeks ago it was, okay, Baker's part of this. He's fallen off. They were on bye over the weekend. But it's now a 4-man race because Stafford plus 550, he's right there behind May. Not a guy that I was thinking of when it comes to MVP, Sam.
He had 4 touchdowns. They actually kept going for it. He could have thrown 6. You know, they just kind of called the dogs off a little bit, 34-10. They win that game, but he was awesome. 24 of 32, 281, 4 tutties, no picks. had a rating of $140. He was very good. We had this conversation a couple weeks ago when Baker became the third favorite. Baker went to 350, 4-1. And at that time, we were going on shows and we were doing our show, and it was, well, who's going to win the MVP? And when Baker was 350, this is going into the week where the Bucs played the Lions and had that awful showing on Monday night. At that point, going into that weekend, Stafford was 15-1. And another bet that I discussed that I didn't play was Matthew Stafford for MVP. Why can't he win? Why? Give me one reason why he can't win.
He can. He can. All right, can the Rams, when you say why can't he, I start thinking what has to happen. The touchdown numbers have to be very high. They typically are with Stafford. They have to win the West, so they have to beat out Seattle and San Francisco, which the San Francisco part I think they'll be fine at. Seattle would be, okay, we'll see. Win the division, be a top 2 seed in the NFC. Weaker conference, you got to be a top 2 seed. You can't be a 3 or a 4. Can they do all that? Yeah, they can do all that. And he has the numbers. But does he have better numbers than Allen and Mahomes? Right? Because that is viewed as the better conference. They have better quarterback play at the very top. So you probably have to beat out them when it comes to numbers. And maybe you need one. Kansas City, they're probably not going to be at 1 or 2 at this point. So I guess you need Allen to drop off a little bit, which I could see happening. And I don't think they want to go back-to-back. They can. Sometimes they do go back-to-back with MVPs. But I think if there's another quarterback that's worthy, especially if it's someone who hasn't won it before, I think the voters would gladly go that route.
Stafford is on pace for 42 touchdown passes. Actually, more than that because he's only played 8 games. Although I don't know that he would play the 17th. Let's say he doubles his production because he's played 8 games right now. 42 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and about 4,500 passing yards.
This would be like Rodgers from a few years ago. Don't turn the ball over.
On a team that's 12-4 going into week 17.
Yes, not a guy I thought of. I'll be honest with you. Not a guy I really considered too much, but like you're clearly making the case for him. Colts guys dropped off. They should have. Jonathan Taylor, the hot name a week ago, then what happens? 45 rushing yards. Taylor 35-1. Daniel Jones 50-1. Let's talk about a name we have not discussed much. There's still a little bit of value in the mid-20s. Sam Darnold. Can he enter this conversation, be a top 3, top 4 guy? Because that's where it starts. Can he join this crowd? He's clearly a tier or 2 behind right now. But that number's already changed a lot from where we were at the start of the season.
Well, you've got to be, near the top of the standings. That's important. You have to be a great player on a very good team. And right now, Seattle's the 3 in the NFC. Philly's 1, Tampa's 2, Seattle 3. So a lot of boxes are checked there. I think the issue with making a Sam Darnold bet now, what could you have gotten before the season? 80-1, 100-1. That's sort of where I live. Do I really want to bet the absolute worst of it? Because he's going to have that game. He's going to have that game like Daniel Jones just had. And you're going to go, oh, great. I'm so glad I bet the 20. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't trust him. That's what it is. I don't trust him. I trust Stafford. I don't trust Sam Darnold. I don't trust Jordan Love. I don't trust Justin Herbert.
I would not bet Darnold. I just think he's close to being in that conversation with those guys. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. But if Seattle keeps winning, if they just never lose, maybe he will enter that conversation. But, yeah, like Love, I think we brought up him just part of the conversation at 20 last week, and then he goes out and loses to Carolina. It's like, come on, dude. Now they're at 25, and he's not going to have Kraft.
He threw one of the worst passes I've ever seen. the play where he ran around, he kind of darted around the backfield and then was backing up and launched it to the end zone right to a Panthers defender who dropped it. One of the worst throws I've ever seen. Easily.
If we look elsewhere, I don't think you're going to be on board with this. You might laugh at the idea. But I just look at the number. I did not expect this to be the number. Coach of the year. Of course, it's Steichen, Vrabel at the very top. It should be. Plus 160, plus 175. It's those two battling it out. And then there's a wide gap before we get to anybody else. McDonald at 9-1 is interesting to me. Again, another Seattle one. You can't bet everything Seattle. I just think it's worth talking about. 9-1. Ben Johnson's 33-1. Can Ben Johnson, who was the favorite this summer, along with Vrabel, win this award? And why is it down at 33-1?
They'd have to win, 10 games for him
10,
to do
probably.
this? 9 or 10?
10,
9 or 10. Let's call it 9 or 10. 9.5.
Okay.
This would certainly be a time to buy Ben Johnson, but then you look at their schedule. Well, here's the thing. They have a layup, should be a layup this week against the Giants. So they win that one, and the 30 goes away. Let's just play this out. They beat the Giants at home, which you should. You should be able to beat Jackson Dart in Chicago. So then the 30 goes down to 22, 24, something like that. Then it gets tough. At Minnesota, home against Pittsburgh, at Philly, at Green Bay. I just don't believe in their team to be that efficient in all of those games and pull out 2 or 3 wins. I don't. I'm sorry.
I just expected when I pulled up the odds, it was going to be like 12 to 15-1, not 33.
100%. If we're betting numbers and not coaches, you're looking at Ben Johnson for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the possibility and most importantly, the price.
Yep. OPOY's close now. Jonathan Taylor minus 135. JSN plus 350. We have second and third. I have JSN. You have CMC. CMC is your third favorite at 9-1.
Every time I look at a McCaffrey box score, he's got 150 yards and a touchdown or 2. Like, I don't understand why he doesn't. I don't understand why he isn't shorter. Like, I already have McCaffrey at 25-1. I mean, he's doing everything for this offense. Everything.
Yep. You can't argue it. Cannot. Our EP Paul Aspen says Jackson Dart is going to light up the Bears this weekend. I was curious where Dart was going to be after a 10-point home loss to the San Francisco 49ers. He's still the favorite. The second favorite did not play Ibuka. Offensive Rookie of the Year. It is Dart minus 115, Ibuka plus 180, the best price. And then there's a gap before you get to Warren double digits, Tet McMillan double digits, Judkins Genty in the 20s, Gadsden now down to the 20s. Benangai, 75-1. So, like, the odds are saying this is Dart's award to lose.
I can't believe the Bears are only a 3.5-point favorite against the Giants. That's good for you. Good for Paul, too, for Paul's prediction. You would think the number would be bigger. That just tells you the books don't respect Chicago, which is sort of why I was saying, like, I wouldn't bet Ben Johnson.
And that's why Ben Johnson's 33. They don't respect Chicago.
Only 3.5 at home against the Giants, who can't do anything. Everybody was all in on the Giants, and the Giants are 2-7 right now. The Giants suck, and the Giants are only catching 3.5. I'm not saying bet the Giants because I've done this now. I took the Saints plus 5.5 in Chicago, and the number closed 3.5, and I'm like, oh, this is a great bet. It wasn't. Saints stink. I don't think there's a huge gap, though, between the Giants and the Saints. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just jaded by that Saints bet, but I'm not betting the Giants.
No, it's a fair point by Paul. Look at what that Bears defense gave up this weekend. 470 yards to a 40-year-old quarterback. He's good. I give him credit, like what Flacco's doing, but he threw for 470. Unreal.
Yeah, and the Giants,
so what's
the Giants have,
going to do?
You know, the Giants' best receivers are hurt. Their best running back is hurt. Yet the line is only 3.5.
Interesting. Comeback, CMC might get this one. He's the favorite. Plus 120. Dak is plus 175. You would think it's going to go to one of those two guys.
We didn't watch it last night.
Yeah.
We couldn't see it. I heard he was awful last night. That's what I heard. I didn't get to see
it. Again. It's a couple games in a row now. So maybe that's why you got CMC as a favorite. This would be his award to win. Yeah, Dak has not been the quarterback he was earlier on this season. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Survivor first look on the other side. Lightning bets later this hour. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way in about 20 minutes. We'll tell you what we're thinking. Sam, how did college basketball, the first day of the year, end up treating you? I know you had to play earlier on in the day, something else you were looking at later. How'd you enjoy it?
Ended up going 2-1. I ended up betting a couple games I talked about last night. I went against Villanova, who did cover by a little bit, and then I took Arizona, who beat Florida. Those were two games we talked about inside the show, and then, of course, I gave that bet out on Bradley, the Bradley Bonnie under 139. That one got home right around the end of our show, so that was cool. I was also texting with Jake last night. We were getting very excited because Illinois had 60 points at halftime, and I think I'm all the way back in, which is unfortunate because they will break my heart. Jackson State, big powerhouse college basketball.
Yes. Mm-hmm. There you go.
I will say though, Jake, Illinois didn't have like three of their best players playing.
They sat some people. I don't know. Might be pretty good.
Got a lot of Serbians this year too, Joe. They got 4 that are really good, and then a 5th who might be good. They got Peja Stojakovic's kid. He transferred from Cal. He didn't play last night. And then they got, you remember Big Z from Kentucky, the big tall kid who then transferred to Arkansas. He's now at Illinois because his brother's at Illinois. They got 4 Serbians that can just ball, and I'm Serbian, so naturally I'm even more invested than
you and your dad are like, let's go.
I think my dad doesn't even care about Illinois basketball, but I think this year he sent me an email the other night about like all the Serbians. I told him about this 6 months ago. I'm like, they got a bunch of Serbs, and he didn't remember. And then he sent me an email that said like the Serbian flavor is taking over Champaign. So I think he might be in this year. We'll see.
Oh, dude, he's so in this year. Might be in. He's in. He found that story. He's like, oh man, I gotta tell Sam.
So Mirkovic had 19, Ivisic had 21, his brother only had 4, and they got a couple guys that didn't play. They're very Serb, and they're very good. They won 113-55. The spread was 28. They were up by that at halftime.
Here we go.
I'm in.
We're doing this again. I will. Now, if you start hearing some national people with big platforms start to talk about Illinois, you might be out like football. You called that one. They have 3 losses now. Northwestern with 2. I didn't mean, sorry. I'm just saying.
I don't care about Illinois football. I never have. Actually, that's not true.
That is so not true. Are you kidding me? You were so pumped about the idea of it, and then as more people were jumping on board, you're like, I don't like this. Damn, Joe Klatt started talking about my Illini. This sucks. They're gonna get all this hype, and then they're gonna end up sucking. And they're not living up to expectations.
That said, the last time I actually openly rooted for Illinois football was when they played at Soldier Field against Northwestern, and we lost in just pitiful fashion. I think Jake's guy Wes Lunt threw 3 interceptions, and then I took my Illinois
Never
jersey
say that
off
again. Never say my guy Wes Lunt ever again.
I took the jersey off. We were walking outside the stadium. I took the jersey off, and I launched it into a dumpster. And from that point forward, that's it. Don't care. Will never hurt me. Will never hurt me again.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
They won't.
If they're good.
I mean, basketball will. No, I don't know. They're good this year, relatively speaking. They were good last year. I didn't care.
All right.
Meow.
I know. Survivor First Look coming your way. World Series ratings. Monster numbers. People that have, I don't know, let's say huge platforms, especially if you're over at ESPN, which you can't watch right now anyways, if you have YouTube TV, they love to say that baseball is dead. And then they kind of broke up their relationship with Major League Baseball. The numbers, the data, the excitement around the World Series would prove otherwise. The number that I loved that was been going around over the last 24 hours is if you look at Game 7 of the World Series, that drew 25 million viewers. Game 7 of the NBA Finals, 16 million. Crazy gap. Big difference. Now, sure, it's in the fall, people more into sports because you got football, but that's the other thing. Like college football's on at the same time as World Series game number 7, and 25 million people decided to watch World Series game 7. And then summer, sure, NBA, but still, like a lot of these networks, the money that they're spending, how much they talk about the NBA, they think the NBA is so much more popular than Major League Baseball. And it might be with the drama during the regular season. But as far as the championship, no. Baseball this year, maybe just everything came together, storylines and all that, Dodgers being involved, a part of it. But it was a Canadian team involved too. And the numbers are still insane.
There's been a shift in baseball postseason. And there's no coincidence that the Dodgers and the Yankees and now Canada's team have all contributed to this rise in ratings. Your sport is at its best when your best teams or your biggest names are there. And I mean, the NFL, Kansas City Chiefs. Before that, it was the New England Patriots. Yep. I mean, think of all the big playoff games and the Super Bowls with Tom Brady, New England, Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City. In baseball, I think the casual observer doesn't care about the Miami Marlins making a run and getting hot and getting into the playoffs and making the World Series, or the Cleveland Guardians getting in and making the World Series. But when it's the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Mets, people just care more. They just do because they're bigger brands.
I don't know if you ran into it, but I certainly did. You also had Us Against the World in that. If I would talk to a random Cubs fan, Sox fan, what lives by me, who they want to win the World Series, it was unanimous. Everybody wanted the Blue Jays to win. Anybody but the Dodgers. And I think that helps things. By having the Dodgers, you have that big market. You have Ohtani. You have the star power with both of these teams because Vladdy brings some star power as well on the other side. And they're the long shot. They're the team that people could get behind. It wasn't the Yankees where you had to root for the Yankees if you wanted the Dodgers to lose. It was the Blue Jays. And up in Canada, they always get disappointed in the end, and it ends up happening again. But these no-name guys, these great stories, players that came through, the drama at those games, the extra inning games, maybe it was a perfect storm, but the reality is that there were a lot of people that watched, and there were a lot of people that were really into it. And I was kind of surprised because I was, where other people were during a lot of these games, and just to see, it's not just the guys that are into it. A lot of the females that were, oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe this happened. Wait, did he get his cleat back down? Like, so many. Look at the replay here. So many pivotal moments, key moments. It was exciting. And you know what else also helps? Faster pace.
Mm-hmm.
These games were moving. And if you go into extra innings, a lot of times it just drags out and it's so slow and people get bored and walk away. There really wasn't time to walk away as fast as these games are moving along.
Ohtani's just such a magnet, too, for eyeballs. I mean, we can talk about the teams, and there was a lot to like about the Dodgers against a team from a different country. But if Ohtani's not in that World Series, you just don't have the eyeballs. And I'm not saying that anything fluky happened. I'm not saying they didn't deserve to be there because they clearly deserved to represent the National League. They were the best team, and it wasn't even close. I mean, they breezed through everybody. The Reds, the Phillies, the Brewers. They deserve to be there. But that's good for baseball when the unicorn, when the best player in the game is there.
Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Let's do our Survivor First Look. We do that on Tuesday mornings right here on Bet Sweats. If we first take a look at what happened over the weekend, we talked a lot last week about how there were 3 favorites that were going to be picked a whole lot in Survivor. Which team or teams did I not use? And that's where the conversation would start. We've got all these double-digit favorites. Well, one of them did not win. One of the double-digit favorites did not win. That, of course, is Green Bay. Green Bay was not the most popular team. What my dumbass did was, look, the Rams are going to be 60%. They're over 60% in the Circa Survivor. Quest for $18 million. I'm going to try and stay away from the Rams because I want my path to be different. All three are probably going to win. Well, all three did not win. So I lost some spots with Packers. I lost a little bit with Detroit. I'm still in some Survivor pools here with the Rams and Chargers. But those were the easy picks. You go Rams, you go Chargers, you advance. Green Bay was a loser. Baltimore, the fourth most popular pick in Circa. That was a Thursday game. That moved on. Fifth most popular, Detroit. But we're talking less than 1% on the Detroit Lions over in Circa. Grandissimo, worth bringing up, Sam, because we're down to 11 people left. 2 had Green Bay. Ouch. At this point, $100,000 entry. Going into the weekend, each one of those spots was worth $500,000. So they're coming down to the very end, just 11 spots. All right, our first look for week number 10 in Survivor, Sam. Something we had talked about over the last couple weeks, and we kept mentioning it last week. Week 10's tough. Week 10's tough. It did set up to be tough, but you never know what the situation is going to be until you get there. Now you have a number of options because Detroit is favored by 9. That was not the expectation, but Jaden Daniels goes down, Mariota in. All of a sudden, the Lions are a monster favorite, even though they're coming off a bad loss to the Vikings. So Detroit is up there. They are the second biggest point spread of the week. Number 1, Buffalo, divisional matchup at Miami. They're favored by 9.5. So we go Buffalo, Detroit, the third highest point spread. It's a Thursday game. Denver minus 8.5 against the Raiders. Thursday night football. And then we get to the games that are sub a touchdown. Seattle minus 6.5 against Arizona. Is it going to be Kyler? Is it going to be Brissett? Unsure at the moment. The Colts are favored by 5.5 against the Atlanta Falcons. I'm not interested in that game because that is the Germany game on Sunday morning. I don't mess with those if I got this far along in Survivor. So there are 3 heavy favorites that are more than a touchdown. I'm surprised that we're here. Buffalo, Detroit, and Denver. In my spots, I've used some of each of those teams, but not all. So I'm going to have at least one of them as an option. That's where most people are going to stay, much like last week. They're going to stay at the top with Buffalo, Detroit, Denver, as long as they're available.
There's a buddy of mine who's a sports writer. He sent me a screenshot the other day. He's not a gambling guy. He's a traditional football writer, but he does a column every Friday where he gives a Survivor pick, and he's playing it out. Like he's going to do it all season. He sent me the graphic, though. He's lost in 5 straight weeks in Survivor, which is very funny. It's the opposite of Survivor. So the last 5 weeks, he has picked a team that's lost, which is very
He'd be
funny,
really
but
good
he's
in
like,
the loser pool.
He's like, I got to keep doing it. I can't stop now because now he wants to win. Now it's competitive. Now he's trying to win. So, look, I know people don't like the Thursday game. But there are so many things working against the Raiders here. And I bet the Raiders Sunday and felt fortunate. I mean, to be fair, when you take a 3-point dog that goes to overtime, you were probably on the right side. But they go to overtime and Carroll goes for 2. They lose 30-29. A deflating loss. Now they're 2-6. You worry about effort. Do they get up and fight? And here's the worst part. They were on the field for 43 minutes. 43 minutes on defense. So now that defense has to get off the mat after a Sunday overtime game, travel, and play in the altitude in Denver. That's a disaster for this defense.
You're right. And there are a lot of people that are going to stay off it because you pointed out it's Thursday and because it's a divisional matchup. But that might be a spot. That's a spot that's going to go under-owned. Buffalo will have more ownership. Detroit will have more ownership. There have been spots where they've been taken earlier this season, But there's a big difference between those top three and then jumping down to Seattle -6.5 against Arizona. Seattle at home, where they play worse than on the road. Seattle, off that Sunday Night Football game, I don't think I'd go there with Seattle. Indy, I'm not doing Indy -5.5 against Atlanta in Germany. Are you?
No. How many you got left?
I'll look. Not as many as I had last week. Spots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10
That's
spots.
a lot. Good.
It's a lot. We'll see. Should I do the player survivor? KIV? Talk about it on the other side. You got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
NFL trade deadline day. We'll get to that coming up. Lightning bets as well. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you on a Tuesday morning. We'll get everybody's thoughts on what they're thinking. I'm laughing. The entire break, we talked about the waiver wire because it's Tuesday. I don't even play fantasy, but if my son has a question, I'll help him. And Sam's like feeling good, had a bad start, a lot of injuries, and we're going over the waiver wire. What are some names that people would be interested in him in? Good names, good info being shared. And Gertz doesn't want to come on air. It's like, I'm good, which I totally understand. I get it. What was the name that you got from that conversation where you're thinking that you're going to put in a bid, a claim tonight?
Torrey Horton would be the guy, but I don't know that he's going to be available. He actually might be gone in the league that I'm in because I didn't see him. I needed to add a flex guy, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't on the list. Everybody's going to want to claim him now because he just had multiple touchdowns in the game on Sunday night. So let's see. Torrey Horton is on the waiver wire. I guess I'll put a claim in right here. Who should I drop? Which bum should I drop on my team? Well, nobody cares. We don't have to do this. But Torrey Horton was the name that I heard. By the way, I started 0-5 because my entire team got decimated by injuries.
Yeah.
4-5 now. 4-5 now. Don't let me get hot. Do not let Vanilla Bean get in.
How many don't make it?
It's a 12-team league. 6 make it. No, 6-6.
Woo, that's tough. That's a tough cut line. Okay, you got a couple buys there. I like that.
I'm in 8th right now. I'm getting in, and I'm going to shove. I can feel it.
Horton's a good name. I love that. When you're down and out, you go winless to start. Maybe it's bad luck with injuries. Maybe bad luck with scoring. And then you work that waiver wire. It's getting better. Team comes together. You send messages by cutting certain players. And then it all comes together. You become a quality team. Horton will be that hot name for sure. And he did that in Sunday Night Football. I heard Jeremiah yesterday, Daniel Jeremiah, and he was basically saying that it was a joke that he was a 5th-round pick. That there's no – and he was going over his scouting report and where he had him and what he was saying during that NFL Network broadcast. And he's like, there's no way. He should not have been a 5th-round pick. He was a top whatever player in this league. Should have been in top three rounds, and now you're seeing it with Seattle, some of his talent, given that opportunity in that offense. Man, I was so wrong on Sam Darnold. So wrong this year. But we were high on Seattle before most. Problem is we didn't get to the window on them. Bunch of idiots. How excited would we be if we had a 30-1 conference on them?
I would be very excited. I'll never forget the day that I wrote Seattle and you said Seattle, and then we didn't bet it. It will be one of my biggest betting regrets of all time. We could have had them 30-1 to win the conference. Now they're plus 600. Yes, I know. I'm aware. I think about it every day. She's the one that got away, that old Seattle.
That goes into the Hall of Fame moments on this show.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When we
the
look
other
back
one
on that great year.
Well, year and change. Hold on. Let's do the math. Actually, let's
15
not.
months. Felder.
15 divided by 12. The best bet that we called that we didn't bet was coming into the college football playoff, Ohio State to beat Notre Dame at 25-1. That was the best. Better than the Barkley one. Barkley was great, but nothing was like Ohio State Notre Dame.
I did like seeing, as we've been hearing from people, saying that they did bet Ohio State over Notre Dame when we said it. Yeah, I do.
We got an email from our guy O'Donnell about it. He was like, "I bet it." Matt O'Donnell. He sent us a very nice email, which I feel bad. It's hard to respond to all these messages. I will say we got a couple more last night, and he brought up Ohio State over Notre Dame at 25-1, and he sent a very, very nice email, which we do appreciate wholeheartedly. But he bet it. We didn't bet it.
There are also things we can't read in there, which I would like to read, but we can't.
True. Very true.
A lot of it. A lot of it. I hope we add Dart to that. That would be nice. Dart 35-1. Right now, your odds-on favorite. We'll see if it ends up getting home. All right. Lightning bets. No NFL. The return of Maction, right? We've got that tonight?
Maction is back tonight. I was asking Paul during the break, is he going to go to the battle for first place in the East tonight? Sixers at Bulls? He says no, he's not going.
No,
big
no
one
interest,
tonight.
Huh?
None.
Man.
You would think he would run there to go see the Sixers and the Bulls play. Both 5-1.
Let me see if I can watch
Why?
that on Fubo. Why not?
Why? Why not?
I'm lazy.
You don't wanna
It's
go?
cold outside.
Who would you want to
Cold.
win? Would you want the Sixers to win? Because sometimes I'm unsure if you really like them or not.
Joe, I wouldn't care. Like, this game means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Like, why do
Oh,
I care
okay.
about this game?
Well, if you bet on it,
Right.
it would go.
Well, then I would want whoever I would want my bet to win. That's what
Who would
I'd
you
be
bet?
cheering for. What's the number? Was it like Bulls
I
plus
don't know.
3.5, something like that?
Chicago -1.
Oh.
You see
Oh.
that look? Did you see that look right there? I saw
He
that
wants
look.
to take the Bulls.
And
He wants to take the
no, he
Bulls.
doesn't. Nope, he's betting the
No.
Sixers, and I might too.
I think Sixers is a trap, right? Isn't Sixers a trap?
Feels like
Here's what we do. We bring in Jake and ask Jake who he likes in the NBA, and then we just fade Jake.
Oh, it's true. Hornets.
No,
I'll do whatever the show does. I have no
Sixers or
original
Bulls, Jake?
opinions.
We don't
Sixers
want
or
that.
Bulls? Fire.
Bulls moon.
Oh, Sixers. Sixers. Hard.
It's going Sixers.
What's Edgecomb's numbers? What kind of props can we bet on him?
See,
Definitely not
look,
buying the
look-
top of the market there.
That's all it took. He wasn't interested. It was too cold. Now he's perked up. Now he's asking about props. Now he's ready, Joe.
Yep. He's good. Is he your favorite for Rookie of the Year now? I saw a lot of people talking
He's
about
right
that last
there.
week.
He's right there with Flag. I mean, he's been balling.
Yeah, he's right there.
crazy.
Coop Flag's still the favorite, slightly.
Plus 120
No.
for Edgecombe.
If you read the Friday tip sheet, we had suggested a bet on the Sixers to win the East at 12-1. There's a book right now that has the Sixers at 750 to win the East. So
Tip sheet had a good
hop
week,
in
right?
now. Tip
Have
sheet
fun
was,
with that.
was awesome. Yeah. Oh, wait till Embiid comes back and starts playing big minutes. And then
Oh,
Paul
never
George
heard
comes
that
back.
before. Wait till
McCain
Embiid
comes
healthy.
back.
Oh, yeah.
Woo!
Something new.
Let's go. I actually
It's like
I
the
have a
Clippers
bell.
conversation. It's like
This
the
is
Clippers
76ers
conversation every year.
bell. Right here. Let's go.
It's back. Wait, I don't think I've heard the bell rung in at least 2 weeks.
I rang the bell the other day.
Did you? Okay. All right. What are you ringing at the window tonight for lightning
Dude.
bets?
Sixers +1. Kidding me?
That's it? Okay. I might have to get a streaming service to watch this game. First, I got to figure out which streaming services actually offer the local sports channel here. But maybe I will. Maybe I will. All right. Sixers for Sam. I'm going. Chargers missed the playoffs and the NFL. Let's go Chargers. That is a little bit better than 2-1, I believe. Plus 235, somewhere in that range. Without Alt, changes everything. If you've seen the numbers, they are undefeated when Alt's on the field. 4-0. Not a great record when he's off the field. That O-line is just so decimated. Things are going to only get worse moving forward. So it's going to be another one of those years for the Chargers. You talked about San Francisco's lack of health. I think it's going to be the same for the Chargers. It's going to be Denver and KC for the playoffs out of that division. The Chargers will not be one of those teams. So I'm going there. Man, do I do Ben Johnson 33-1? They
Why
just
not?
have to. Yeah. The number is just, it shouldn't be there. And it's going to keep
He was-
dropping.
6-1, 7-1 before the season.
Yeah. It's wild. And the Colts and Patriots have been so good that impacts his number. But I think he can enter that conversation. All right, we'll go Ben Johnson, 33-1, coach of the year.
Can we just take Paul? Don't move. Can we just take Paul's shot solo right now? Oh no, you moved. You're not supposed to move. That was the whole point. That was Paul studying Sixers bets tonight. Like that's that's what he's doing right now. I can see it.
Yep.
I can see it.
What's the bet?
This is the lab. Edgecombe. I mean, think about it. Rookie.
I knew it.
Playing in the house that Jordan built. He's going to see the Jordan statue outside as he walks into the building. He's going to put up 30. Yeah.
30.
Hold on. I mean, 20 plus is plus 235. The volume's been there.
This is a Felder situation. 50. No, 40. 30. No, 20.
Bet the over. Bet the over.
Ladders.
40.
Ladders? All right. 20 plus 235.
Let's go.
I mean, I'm going to start looking for triple doubles if we only got 90 seconds left, but.
All right. See if you can find that. Jake Hassan, I hope you've got an NBA bet for us, but I have a very serious question.
Josh Giddey. You can bet a Josh Giddey triple-double, but not VJ Edgecombe. Come on.
Of course. Jake, did you see Hannah Montoya's Halloween outfit?
Did he?
Yeah, yes, because Sam texted it directly to me.
Oh, okay. Dude, fire.
Strong.
Which one? Which one?
What else were there? I just saw the Blink 182 one.
I saw Blink.
Yes.
That's all I saw.
She was a devil in the other one.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Damn. Go ahead, Jake.
Said, ooh. For the squad, I'll be on the Bulls. I'll go the opposite for you guys. I'm also going to take Cam Boozer over an 11.5 rebounds tonight against Texas, plus money. Kid's a dog.
Which one do you prefer, the Devil or the
Blink?
The porn star?
The Blink Moon.
Blink was great. That was a great call. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network.
Daily Tips Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like,